Hello and welcome everybody to a very exciting day for me. This is the first time I'm allowed to showcase the CRJ beta, which is now, I guess, not really public just yet, but the version 2 of the CRJ. I just got the go-ahead to showcase this. That's why I haven't been able to do it earlier. But I did release four or five videos on my channel that I've had pre-recorded on a new landing technique, a new takeoff technique, updated cold in the dark, which I'll be showing you today anyways, and just a kind of a little bit of a movie, kind of some cool edited shots of it. So we'll be doing that today. So today we'll be doing, basically we'll be planning the stream until like maybe a late stream is the plan. I'll be doing Toronto to DCA, and then I'll probably restart and maybe do Toronto or Montreal or well, actually I'm gonna try to go over to what's it called, over to Charlottetown PEI, because they have the RNAV approach there, and I want to show you how the RNAV approach now looks. So anyways, today will be basically a day of showing everything as best I can and answering questions and trying to get rid of all the different perspectives out. I'll just give my perspective on the matter, and we're gonna go from there. Just get a couple things set up, and then we'll be getting started. Already boarding, which isn't really realistic, but we'll get going here shortly. All right, so let's hop in the jet, and the first thing we're going to do is a bit of a safety check, and I don't really have my checklist with me. I'm just going to do it all from memory today. But as you can see, this is the new cabin as well, and looking, I think, a lot better. Everyone can tell this looks a lot better. So we'll be doing that a bit more later. Real quick, we're going to go to the EFB very quickly. We're going to go flight plan. We're going to import our OFP. And it doesn't have it. Oh, you know what? I didn't have my, I don't have my number plugged in there. Let me go plug my number in here. And I'm doing it just like this. Let's go. There we go. Enter ID. I'm going to go get my number real quick. Yeah, so I should mention that when I got the go ahead to do the stream, they actually just pushed an update for it, a little bit of a hot fix for it. So that's why I don't have anything set. So it should work now. There it is. We're not going to send the FMS. We're going to do set payload and fuel. However, and I'm just going to rearrange my apps here so I have everything going well. Hey, PY, welcome. Does the V2 have SimBrief integration? Yep, I just used it right there. So there's a V2, there's the SimBrief integration. So we've imported the OFP. We're not going to send it to the FMS because I'm going to do it realistically, and we don't have that feature in the real RJ, so I'm going to do it all manual. But I have set the payload and fuel, which we're in, let's go pounds, Celsius, independent. Let's go independent on that as well. Course sync could be synced. I don't mind about that one. We'll make that realistic. Why not? We'll save. Let's go on. Save that. Oh, back. Actually, let's go high. This is kind of redone all my settings here. Load SIDS, perf data, flight plan, automatically set transition. Nope, coupled. Nope. We're going to model this as the non-NG of the CRJ, so we're not going to have coupled VNAV because in real life it doesn't work. It's not that good anyways, but it's good for LPVs. That's about it. We don't want that, and we want this. That's all good. Let's connect our Navigaph services. As I said, I just updated this airplane from the previous version I had. So I have to just kind of reconfigure it very quickly. He just says, hey there, first time watching your streams, and I've seen a couple videos and I love them, so thank you for that. Awesome. Well, there's more videos on the channel now that I was able to post them. So if you'd like to go look at, there's always new CRJ videos that just came out. There's 4 new ones. Captain Jack, welcome. Frank tonight would working and wanted to check in, can't stay, but checking as well. Welcome, Jack, and nice to hear from you as well. Not this week, but I'm planning in the week to come to do a CRJ giveaway provided by Hans, the developer. So I'm planning that. I don't know when, but I am going to be planning to do that. I'm just signing into Navigraph now. I forgot my password a million times, so it should be connecting now. He just says, all right, thank you. How do you get the new cabin? Well, it's with the new update. So the update isn't out for everybody just yet. But the door sound, let me show you the door here. So the door has a sound. Now you click open the door. And the new cabin comes with version 2. So I've been beta testing version 2 for the last 8 months or so. Not everything I mentioned got fixed, but a lot of the things I did mention did get fixed. The good news is it's not the first, it's not the last update to my knowledge of this airplane. So will it be perfect? No. Will it be a hell of a lot better than before? In my opinion, yes. So anyways, let's get to the front seat here. Captain Jack says I will try to be there. I won't do it when I'm home. Yeah, for sure. I'll call you first. So now we got charge nut stuff. So we've had the OFP, we've set the payload and fuel. Let's go check here to make sure. So I'll bring the flight plan up for you after, but let's go ahead and get our safety. So we checked the circuit breakers, just make sure everything is in, and those aren't modeled, so we're going to say that they're in. The gear is down, the flap lever is up and or matches the position outside. The spoilers are retracted, the thrust lever is cut off and idle. ADG is stowed, the landing gear manual is down and locked. The steering switch is off as well. Go ahead and click the this is actually a new feature right here. If you guys didn't notice, the battery power is off and the external power is connected, and we have the green light for external power. In the old version, that would never work. You'd have to turn the battery on first, then the green light would appear. So I can actually go ahead and turn the ground power on now before the battery, which is realistic. You can do that. And sometimes you get to the airplane where the ground power is connected and on and the battery's off, just to save it. So that is realistic now. So that is a new feature. Put the battery on. Click the electric page. Obviously the AC power is being or there's no AC power at all. That makes sense. DC wise, we got the 2 chargers, a minimum volt of 22. There's no emergency bus, so that's all good. Let's go ahead and turn the external power on. Everything on the DC power is being powered. The charger lights are gone, so the battery is being charged. We'll click electric once again. And the AC power is now being supplied as well to all the buses, so that's all good. We'll go back to the status page. Nav lights can get turned on. Okay, so let's go ahead and do our initialization here. EasyJet says, I downloaded it a while ago at Marketplace. It will be available to download from there. I assume so, yes. To my knowledge, it will be available from the Marketplace, yeah. Let me quickly change something here. There we go. All right, so we'll go INS. We'll go INS to nav. Go over here. We're going to actually on this side here because I don't like the spoiler part. So we'll go index, FMS control, verify it's synced. So both FMSs talk to each other. Notice the new initialized position that's been added as well. Position in it. Next page. The GNSS one, this is a new feature. It takes some time to warm up the GPSs. So now they've calibrated and there's our coordinates. Previous page, we can throw it in there. Index IRS control. It should be enabled, but either way. VOR DME, VOR yes, DME yes. GNS control enabled, so we're all good there. Flight plan, we're going from CYYZ, and let me actually get the flight plan up so you guys can go along with me here. There you go. So we're flight 784, Toronto DCA, and it's OFP. It should say OFP 1, but it doesn't up here. Either way, that's that. Let me know, guys, if the mic audio is good too. I've done some changes to it, so let me know if that's good. All right, so going down here, we're doing our flight flying at 37,000 feet, and the Regis 5 departure, PS Beach, our Phillipsburg transition via Skills 5 arrival into DCA, pretty standard routing. And yeah, so let's go ahead and plug this away. Let's go KDCA. And our alternate is Philadelphia, KPHL. So the reason I'm typing this in manually is, oh, press execute. I didn't like that. Well, that's not good. Might have to restart already. Huh. Yeah. All right. Well, that came up to a pretty big short right there. It all froze. We'll try that again. We'll do that very quickly this time. I'm not going to do GSX. I'll skip that. Just do it for the pushback. Cold and dark. I'll let the dev know as well so we can take a look later. Cold and dark with the ground power connected. We'll go. I think what happened was I connected Navigraph. Usually if you connect stuff and then start flying, it doesn't like. So I would connect all your systems, Navigraph, SimBrief, do all that stuff, and then restart and go for a flight. So nav, do it again. Synced position, next page, bring it over. All right, we're going to here, flight plan. We'll import the OFP, that looks better. Set payload and fuel. All right, now we're working order. Yeah, it's just because let me go back to the comments here, but it's just because I did all my syncing up there. Sorry, let me get back to the comments here. Oh, phone call. Nope, we'll shut that off. Got 21 viewers. Welcome. Thank you so much for watching today. He just says, all right, thanks. No worries. Adam says, hey, man, you have the best. Hey, man, you the best for the response to the comment. Yeah. I don't know what comment you're talking about, but thanks. He just says, your mic audio is great. Perfect. Great audio, loud and clear. Cool. Yeah, so just for that little freeze that happened there, be sure to set up the Navigraph in the FMS or in the EFB here. Be sure to set up the Navigraph and the and all your updates and all that stuff. Do that prior to starting the flight. I just updated the sim and it didn't like that. So do all that prior and then restart the airplane and or the sim and then go for your flight. Oh, I still didn't like that. That is strange. I might have to press execute on each time. I'll give it one more go here. I'm going to get Hans and see if he can get in here right now. All right, let's try again. Yeah, I'd like to show you this if I can here. I'm going to try pressing execute as I go. Let's do cold and dark. Let's press restart on that. Let's see if you can show flight deck to sims how to land. Yeah, we'll see. His landing was great. His landing was pretty good, actually. The RJ is definitely a slamming airplane. It's definitely a slammer. So now we're set in cold and dark. Let's go turn that on. You get really good at cold and dark in this thing. That's for sure. Let's connect the ground power. All right, and everything else looks pretty good from a safetyist perspective. We'll go here, and here. All right, CYYZ. Execute. KD, we're gonna press execute every time. Execute. Maybe if it's when I load my OFP here. Import, set payload and fuel. Okay, those buttons still worked. KPHL. Execute. All right, it kind of glitched there, but we're good. 784. All right, we're back on track. Flight plan's still there. Hopefully you guys can see it. And now I can see it. All right, so I'll go back. The reason I'm going to input all this stuff manually is because I want to show you guys how we do it in real life. I can finally show you how we plug these flight plans in real life. The last time in the old version, if you went ahead and plugged in your waypoints first, then your SIDS and stars, which is the correct way, waypoints first, then SIDS and stars, the waypoint would all mess up and it wouldn't work. But now you can do it. So we're going direct Phillipsburg, execute, and if I go previous page, notice Phillipsburg is there now. Before in the old version, it was not there. It would just delete it. So now Phillipsburg is there. That's the only waypoint we have. The next one is Rigas 5 departure. So we'll go departure and arrival. And we are going to connect to VATSIM. So let me get vPilot all connected here. Of course, there's a vPilot update. All right, we're doing 784. I don't think anybody's online in Toronto, but I could be wrong. We do have DC Center on, which is pretty sweet. So I'll just get the weather myself here. And actually, what you can do is you can go to EFB now, and you can see it gives me the weather here. So we have TAFs, which is the forecast, and MEDTAR. So it's 240, 12 gusts and 18, 15 light rain, overcast 3,500 feet. It's 4 degrees with moisture, so it's below 10 with moisture. So we're gonna have to do taxi with the anti-ice on. We're not gonna have to go for a de-ice spray unless there's ice observed, but we will have to taxi with the anti-ice, wings and cals on. We're using runway 23 with that kind of wind. So we're going to be runway 23. It's the Rigas 5. Execute that. Notice now that when I set a, let me get my autopilot panel working. Notice now that the course is 237 and the needle actually matches course 237, whereas before it did not. So that has been updated as well. Let's go over here. I don't know why I'm in HPA there, don't like that, and it still didn't change, but it'll change for the next time. So we'll change that to inches. That's already in inches, and we'll change that to inches. All right, so Rigas 5 to runway 23, we're going to be arriving via the Skills 5 via PSB, execute. And now if you go to the flight plan, notice how the way I've entered it in, there's no discounts until the obviously there is one for the vectored SID, but other than that, because I've typed it in waypoint first, then SID, then star, there's no discontinuities. You don't have to go ahead and clear anything. It's all good to go. That's why we do that in real life. That's why we do it like that. We'll go to performance setup, and we're going to go down. We've been loaded with the fuel. Let's make sure that is the right number. We'll scroll down in my little OFP I got here. Planned ramp is 89. We're at 88.95. That's pretty close. We'll just kind of give myself a tiny bit more. They always top you up a little bit. So now we're at 91. So we'll go ahead and set 9100. Now in real life, the APU, actually I won't discuss it, but we would set a little less. Anyways, 370 for the flight planned altitude. Our alternate cruise can be found right here. So we're going F17. The zero fuel weight that we've copied over was 65,455, 65,455. Now, once again, guys, this can be all sent to your FMS through the copy perf in it to FMS, but we don't do that real world, so I'm just doing it the way we do it. Actually, this is a bit heavier. 64,799, 64. It's a little lighter, actually. 64,799 is what they got me set up with. All right, next page, we look for our ice deviation is 2 degrees. Our wind is going to be -15, -9, and -10. So headwinds the whole way, great. Execute that. Our estimated time of departure is 19:20. And our reserve fuel is 16:28. Taxi fuel default is 400. Performance, make sure the advisory nav is enabled. The wing and anti-ice on will be on for takeoff, so there'll be no flex temperature. We're going to leave it rated thrust. All right, so that's all good. Our VNAV climb, that's okay. Next page, for our cruise speed, we're going to go up to the flight plan and go to the TOC, top of climb. We're going to go just under, it's 256.79, so 256/0.79. Next page, that all looks fine. We're going to change that to a 4-degree descent. Got some comments coming in here. Airbus guys, good afternoon. I was watching your chat and flight sim stream earlier. Impressive stuff. Hey, thanks, man. Thanks for joining in. from that. Glad to see you. David says flex works. I hope it does work. I can show you actually. Let me show you that it does work just in general. So 45. There's 45. We got the flex number and the new N1 there. The temperature. Sorry, the entering the number works. I've talked with Hans that the numbers aren't correct, so we're going ahead and he is, I believe, in changing the table that the numbers are grabbed from for those numbers to work. But I'm going to go ahead and delete the flex, and it goes back to rated thrust there. Micah says, howdy, hey, welcome to the stream. Aviation Ryan says, hey man, just learned the CRJ, what flight are you doing? We're doing Toronto CYZ to DCA, Ronald Reagan, Washington DCA. If you want to feel free and come along, feel free to do that. We're on VATSIM as well. There's no one online anyways, except for DC Center, so that'll be kind of cool. Yeah, Micah, it'll be cool. I think you'll like it. VNF setup's all done. Radio-wise, we're taking off runway 23, so we're going to plug in the Toronto VOR manually because I don't want it to switch in automatic mode because the engine out procedure does have a turn in it that's based off the VOR, so I'll plug it in manually. We're going to go next page. We're flight 784 on, there it is, flight ID. Oop. And that should appear here, but I think they're still working on getting that to appear there. It should say, radio next page, JZA 784. All right. So radio's been done. MFD menu, we're flying from the right, so we want VNAV, airports off, and we want range alt cells there. Cool. Left side, altitude, airports off, on for the left guy for his pilot monitoring, and range alt cell. That's good. Copy active for a secondary flight plan. We'll copy active for a secondary flight plan, and we'll get going for the rest of the procedure there. So that has been the FMS setup. However, the captain would have been doing their setup here, so we'll go ahead. I'm not going to do everything, but I'll kind of show you kind of an abbreviated startup and also the new features that have been included. So we'll say the oxygen has already been tested. The FMS has already been initialized, so that's all good. So we're going to the overhead panel. DC service is off, batteries on, everything is deselected and guarded, and all of the gens are in auto. The FireX monitor, we're going to click and press this, and we're also going to go ahead and look at our fire system test okay and all the lights associated with it. So kind of hard to do it. Light. It goes away way too quick, but it's easy in real life to hold it and kind of do it, but it worked. Airbus guy said, how are you finding the new update? Yeah, the new update is definitely a lot better. There's still some things here and there where either it's not quite to real life or it's a bit of a bug that has to be addressed, but I was actually on the beta team for this airplane, so a lot of the things that I've said have come to life. So I'm very happy about that. Is it better than the old version? Yes. Does it need work? Yes. But to my knowledge, the airplane will still be receiving love and attention. So anyways, hydraulic SOVs are all closed. Nav lights are, all our lights are set for the moment. Our fuel is looking good. Everything's deselected and off. Bleed air is normal. The bleed valves are, bleed air anti-ice cross fleet is normal. Bleed valves are automatic. So you do not, I see a lot of people touching this stuff. You don't touch this. This is all automatic. If you put this in the manual mode, then the isolation valve switch and the bleed source actually matters. But you don't have to do that. We leave it in auto. The APU are about 10 minutes to go, so we'll go click the power fuel switch. You'll get the APU and byte LCV open, SOV open as well. The gauges appear and the doors open. The bit test is complete, so we can go ahead and press the start button. The APU in the CRJ-900 is an unmonitored starter. It can be, because if it detects a fire, it automatically shuts down and automatically disperses the APU fire bottle for you on the ground only. ANF says, what's the signal best update? Feature, you mean? That's hard to choose. For me, I love the new way it lands. The old one was just completely incorrect. I also love that in the takeoff, if you watch my new takeoff video, in real life, when you click nav under 400 feet, it'll go heading, and then it'll say FMS 1 armed, and FMS will go captured after 400 feet AGL. In the old version, if you click nav below 400, it goes to roll, or I think it stays in takeoff, and it kind of bugs out, and you gotta go heading, and then it gets all confusing. But that's been changed in this one. You can go speed mode to verify climb 165, whatever the speed is, and then click nav, and it'll say heading, FMS 1 armed. When you pass 400 AGL, FMS will capture, and that's correct. So there's so many things, and Hans is actually giving me the go-ahead to show you the change log. So maybe we'll do Toronto Charlottetown, so we'll have a longer flight next time. I'll be doing 2 flights today, so don't go anywhere. We'll be doing 2 flights. And so I'll show you the change log as best I can, and you can see the amount of things have been changed. It doesn't look, there's been a lot of hate online. There's been so many changes to this airplane that I don't even know them all. So some are for the good, some are for the worst. That might cause a bug here or there, but they've been changed and they will be updated to my knowledge at least. So anyways, APU's online. We'll go ahead and check the electric page. So everything's being good now. So you see the generator from the APU is green. The APU power is good because the APU has a cyan color here. If it was yellow, it would not be good power, but it's good power, providing all the buses. The external power has been disconnected. A new feature is I can go up here like in real life, take the ground power switch out, and then I can tell the ground guy, hey, you can disconnect the ground power. If you disconnect the ground power with that switch clicked in real life, there is a possibility of the ground power cord and the plane having an arc and you'd electrify somebody. So that's not good. Aircraft will disconnect the ground power. Gonna remove the chocks as well. With that, also with that, we can turn the packs on to auto. Click, recirc fan can get turned on as well. So hydraulic, we'll do a quick test for this. We'll just get all our B pumps turned on. And you can see all the backup pumps, B pumps are all being powered because they've been manually selected to on. Green, 3000 PSI. Now we're gonna go auto, on, auto. B pumps should get turned off. They depressurize a little quickly, but other than that, they get turned off, which is correct, and 3A is on. We're going to leave that on because we're going to do a stall test shortly. ELT is armed, passenger 02 is guarded and closed. The cabin, or the pressurization panel is pretty much set the way we like it. Everything's deselected and guarded with the man rate knob all the way to decrease and the up or down and hold there. Packs are on, recirc fans on. Everything else is deselected there. We'll set our cabin usually about there, and we can kind of confirm that's about 22-ish degrees. Yeah, look at that. Pretty good, eh? Cabin. So those knobs there select what temperature you want the airplane to heat and or cool to. This is what's happening. This is what the airplane feels like. This is what you've selected that you want. So I got it pretty good there, eh? That's a good thing or bad thing. Anyways, anti-ice, we'll do the test here. Should be able to do the test. That light should have went on. We'll say it's good. Anyways, windshield heat to low. No smoking. Actually, this should work. There we go. I was holding it. My mistake. ADS heat test okay. Alright. Windshield heat to low. No smoking's on. Emergency lights go to arm. The glare shield is all good from right to left with the autopilot switch up. Everything's deselected and guarded there. And we're doing a stall test. So we need a trim of 6 degrees. And technically I shouldn't be able to move this unless my stab trims are engaged. You can notice that the stab trim is not engaged, so technically I shouldn't be able to move that, but we'll go ahead and say they were turned on. Both right stall pitcher and left stall pusher are on, so this is a brand new stall test that's been implemented. So the airplane, the old version, I'll catch up the comments in a second here, but the airplane in the old version would shake, and I think it would go forward and shake. That's not how the real test happens. The real test, it shakes, it goes forward, then it returns to center while shaking, and then the shaking stops, also with a continuous ignition on there as well. So you'll see the continuous ignition light turn on and in the status message. So all you do is click once, let go, shake, full down, continuous ignition, returns, stop shaking, test complete. They've also added the EGPWS test, a short test and a long test with the advisory messages. So I'll click once, all the messages, you hear the correct warnings. There you go. There's a short test done. So I'll catch up the comments here. And Abe says, great to hear. Thanks. Can't wait to try the new landing. David says, how does the DTO, direct TO work now? I've never could get it to work on the last version. I always move waypoint on the legs. DTO, we actually, in real world, I never used that page for direct. I usually use the legs page, but I could try it out for you today. In real world, we go, if we want direct, we go Murdo, and we slot it up here into the second from the top. That's how we do that real life. But I believe it does work in the sim now. Let's get rid of that. A new feature, by the way, if you have a bunch of typed stuff here, before you did spam clear, now you can hold the clear button and it will delete everything in the text box, which is a new feature, and that is correct. We do have that in the airplane as well. Shaq says, yo, welcome, my friend. Welcome to the stream. David says, SimBrief flight level still open on the top left, just an FYI. SimBrief FL. Oh, my story about that. I just noticed. Yeah, thank you very much for that. I always forget that thing's turned on. I'm so sorry about that. If you guys want to see the stall test again or anything else, let me know. I'll do it again with that without that flight plan out there. Where were we here? Stall test, let's do, and the HEBS is done. We'll do the CVR test. We'll go ahead and click that. 5 seconds. The green light should get turned on. Okay. We come to the iCast, make sure everything is kind of the way we like it for the most part. It's looking good. There's no messages here that shouldn't be associated with anything that we don't want, like an APU fire fail or something like that. Everything looks good there. We'll come down here, do an anti-skid test, turn it off, inbound, outbound, turn it back on. MLG overheat. That works. We'll do the overheat fail. Overheat fail. All right, engine sync is to number 1, enter N1. Everything is deselected over there. Awesome. Reverse and get turned on. The auto ground lift dumping systems in auto. The spoilers are retracted. The thrust levers are cut off. The flaps are still 0. The RTUs are good for right now. Coming down here, the transponder is off. The standby radio can go to standby. Stab trims are already selected. Mock trim can get turned on. We would test the rudder and aileron. We would go full left, full right, full with both rudder and aileron trim. I'm not going to do that. It works in the sim, but you'd have to do full left, go all the way to the right, go back to neutral, and so on. Yaw dampers get turned on. If you don't know if these are turned on, you always use the iCast messages. So notice if I disengage the yaw dampener, you get yaw damper, right? If I just select one of them, yaw dampener 1, it's gone, but now on the right side on the status, you got the yaw dampener 2 is in op. So now I click the second one, and both messages are gone. So that's how you know it's turned on. Everything else here is good. Normal, 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 normal. COM 3 we can set to interphone in case you get a jump sitter, you won't talk on anything crazy. And that's all looking good. So with that, let's go ahead and plan. Let's set our clock up properly here. Mode should be GPS and ET. We're going to set our speeds and level off and all our star SID stuff. So let me go ahead and get the SIDs and stars loaded here, and I'll catch up with the flight or with the chat here. David says, I'm super excited for this update. Love flying this little bird in the sim. Yeah, it's definitely so happy for me to see that it's getting an update. I use this actually to help train for when I do my type rating. I'd use it for just flows and kind of switch position and that kind of stuff. And I kind of contacted them and said, hey, like, if you need someone to help out with the systems and stuff, I'll be happy to help and test when needed and all that kind of stuff. So I'm happy that they let me do that, and we've been able to make a better. Well, I didn't do anything. I just tested stuff, but I'm happy that I was able to help with that. So we're doing runway 23 on the Rigus 5 departure. I'm going to put that away for right now, but it's going to be 5,000 feet, so I'm going to press the magic B button for the altimeters because I just love it. We're going to set 5,000 for our alt cell. Let's get my autopilot panel working. All right, 5,000 feet. 570 is correct. Our V speeds have to be entered still. Our heading indicator can get set to 237, runway heading. All right, notice they match now, which is a new feature. V speeds can be found either on the flight plan or the EFB. EFB here wise, performance. It's wet, we'll go flap 8, we'll press set all, or you can manually put them in as well, but set all is easier. We got V1, VR, usually that's a pretty big spread actually, usually you don't see that, usually it's a 2 or 3 knot difference. V2, 152 with a plus 10, 162, VT 199 is set. We need our level off height, which is our acceleration height. So we'll go ahead and set this. And I do have knob turn acceleration on, so it'll go a bit quicker. 1570, which is 1,000 feet above ground. All right, let's go ahead and do a bit of a briefing here for you. And I'm going to set my HCP up really quickly. So I think it works now. I'm not really sure if it actually does anything in the sim, but runway 23 from hotel. I don't have the actual. Actually, let's see if the OFP has it. Let me scroll down here. You can't see it anymore, but if it does have it, I'll show you. I don't think it does. Oh, it does. Okay, 23 is 10. Yeah, 10,775. That's the length of runway 23. The elevation is 560. Real, I think it's 557. I'd have to have the chart open, but this is what Navigraph tells me. But I'm pretty sure where we take off it's 557, and that should be set to VMC. All right, so get our flight director set to the right. You can see our clock has been set properly. The course is 237 with the heading of 237. We're stopping at 5,000, and the engine out level off height or acceleration is 1570. We have the nav set to 1215, which is the Toronto VOR. And we don't have a squawk code yet, so because there's no one online, I'm just going to leave it to 2000. If someone comes online, I'll set it. And the HTTP was set up as well, as you saw there. So that part's good to go. On the Rigus 5 departure, it's going to be a full rolling, bleeds open, and full means instead of flexing, I'm full thrust. So full thrust, rolling, we're not going to come to a standstill and run the engines up like a static takeoff is where you come to a stop on the runway, set 70% thrust, wait for the engines to stabilize, release the brakes. We're not going to do all that. It's fine. So full rolling and the bleeds will be on. The anti-ice the wings and cowls will be on. The ignition, if the rain gets worse, we'll turn the ignition on, but it shouldn't be required. And the visibility is more than fine for today. The minimum vis for runway 23 is 600 RVR, and I can check that by going here. Taxi 10-9 alpha, 9 alpha. Zoom in on this. Runway 23, 23, 23. Actually 1200 light pole 69 MSLs. Yeah, so 1200. Good thing I checked there, right? So 1200 RVR is the min, which we have more than that today either way. Rigus 5, runway 23, it's going to be heading 237, 1100 feet, right turn 245, expect radar vectors to Murno on course, 5,000 feet's been set. There's no climb gradient for runway 23, so it's a standard 200 feet per nautical mile. And it is RNAV SID, so I'll be doing climb mode and then nav mode after takeoff. That's all good. Sweet. Shaq says, what's the route? The route is Toronto. So it'd be Rigus 5 departure, Phillipsburg, and then Phillipsburg transition into the Skills 5 arrival. Airbus, I'm going to not share that information as I'll kind of give away my airline. Sorry about that. Either way, we can do a bit of a before start kind of thing here. So the AP is already on. The hydraulics are already been set to auto and on. Seatbelts can go on. We can set our pressurization panel to DCA, which is probably just one click, about 20 feet or so. That's set there. And let's go ahead and get the tug connected. Pushback and start by Air Canada. We'll go ahead and get the CTAF freak as well. It's probably 18.7, but I'll ask anyways. .CTAF, CYYZ. Oh, I wrote that wrong. .CTAF, CYYZ. 18.7. All right. 18. Okay, I'm having a problem here. 1-1. 7. There we go. And we're at gate 2, 45 Charlie today. There's another RJ on the left. Look at that. Nice, nice. So we'll push back nose to the left, and we're going to taxi via the ramp Alpha Mike, and then Delta Alpha Hotel. All right, so they're basically ready to go. We'll do the next part. So we're going to check our doors page. Everything's green. We're going to check our fuel pumps on, and we're going to verify it says fuel pumps on right there. Steering, beacon light can go on. Steering is off, and the transponder can be set to number 2 on the pilot flying side. We're ready to push. Goodman says, "Hey, dude, good job streaming flight deck to sim out his stream. Yeah, good help. Sorry, good help helping. Yeah, I mean, I'm having fun. If he likes me helping, I'll help. If he says shut up, I'm gonna shut up. So, as long as I didn't get too annoying." Joyce says, "Hey, CFI, I just got Drewski Designs Washington Landmarks V2. It's really nice on sale right now. I have Drewski's Landmarks for DC. I don't know if I have V2, so I might have to go check that out after this stream. Unfortunately, I don't have it. I have it set to whatever the one I have, but I don't think I have V2. It's cool to use when flying to DC. Yeah, for sure. All right, release and park your brake. There's a new feature with the engine starting. The engine starting last time. The engines haven't been adjusted yet, which I brought up, but the engine start switch has been adjusted. So before you just have to press it and it would start the engine. That's not how that works. In real life, you got to hold the switch as you're opening a valve. So that's been modeled correctly. And I'll kind of try to show you as best I can. I don't think I'll be able to show both. I want to show you the switch and the ICAS, but I'll just do it here. So we'll start we'll simulate it's a first flight a day. It's never flown. So we'll do left engine first. So click and hold. There we go. We got the left engine start message. We're going to start our timer. Oh. There we go. Looking for an N2 of 20% with an ITT below 120. Deer says, I love their sceneries. I bought the DCA scenery on the marketplace. I wish I'd get rid of the static. Yeah, I want to get rid of that too. There's fuel on number 1. I do have their DCA. I have both DC scenery landmarks and their airport. All right, and once we add fuel, we're looking for hung and hot starts. So the ITT, I've already mentioned that these numbers are kind of all over the place and not really correct, but I think that'll be coming in a future one. Airbus says Sam is the gent. Wait, sorry. Sam is a gent. I'm sure we appreciate you. Yeah, hopefully. Actually, didn't know his name, so thank you for sharing that. Ano says can't hear the plane. Let me bring that up for you here. I should mention there's no Bora sounds because Bora sounds don't work just yet with the new update. The new update had new sounds, and therefore the sound file from Bora's kind of bugged out, but I believe that'll be getting fixed. So park and brake on, we'll do a fuel check valve. So we're going to take off the fuel pumps and make sure we get 3 messages in this case: left fuel pump, right fuel pump, and the right low press. That is working. And the engine stays running without fuel pumps. Starting right. And we're going to reset our timer. And I'll give you maybe a cabin view once I add the fuel here. Again, looking for 20% N2 and a ITT below 120. Reset jet, no. And then none of the engine stuff has been changed, unfortunately. I am going to actually show you guys real quick my settings for the yoke and rudder, though. Real quick. Okay, we're going to add fuel. I'll go in the back here. And while we're in the back, I'm going to get a drink of water. I'll be right back. Remember, this is without Bora sounds. All right, I'm back, and I'll take the time here to show you my, that's my chair, I'm just getting closer. I'm showing you my controls. I got another RJ pushing in front of us there. So this is my TCA yoke. This is my X-axis roll. This is my Y-axis, my pitch. This is what feels the best to me currently. I am still changing them, but this is what feels the best to me currently. Then on the rudder, these ones here. These are my rudder controls. So the rudder's been dampened quite a bit, and the brakes have been, so the sensitivity's been increased quite a bit. And on the CRJ-900, the brakes are incredibly sensitive because they're steel brakes. So as soon as you touch it, they activate. All right, both engines are started. Let's go ahead and stop our timer there. We'll set that back to ET. And we're gonna go check the electrics, make sure that the engine has transferred over from the APU to the engine electricity, which is good. I'm sure in the sim it will never not do that. And we'll go APU, power fuel. Aft cargo is now a 3-stage switch, which is correct. And it's below 10 degrees with visible precip, so wings and cowls on, probes on. Alright, let's go ahead and check the flight controls. Actually, the rudder, my mistake. Full right. Full left. Now it should hit that box, but that's because of my weird settings I got going on. It won't hit the right to the edge of the box. We'll turn the steering switch on, and we're ready to go. Toronto traffic, Jazz 784 can be taxed from V23 via Alpha Mike, Delta Alpha Hotel, Toronto. Alrighty, parker brakes off. And because the wing and anti-ice wings and cowls are on, it requires very little power to... Actually, it'll start moving on its own power, realistically. Airbus guy says, what's the cabin area like? Can you show it, please? Yeah, for sure. Let me get them straight away in the taxi, and I'll show it over there. Thanks for guys for watching as well. Be sure to hit that like button if you're liking it. Share it around to all the people that you know who like the CRJ if they want to see the new one. That pole looks closer than it is, but... We're usually on the middle line there, but I'll have to go around around the plane. Well, that's not good. Oh. I think my throttle doesn't work. Let's go and calibrate that very quickly. Good thing that the anti-ice is on, so we'll taxi without it. Next page, calibrate throttle. Dual axis, has no reverser axis. Idle thrust.
And Toronto traffic, Jazz 786.
Climb thrust, toga thrust, max thrust, validate.
Delta Alpha Hotel.
Okay. Save. Nope, I don't want that. We're gonna go inside the ramp here for Alpha Mike. Let me go back here. Nope. Cancel, calibrate. Has, oh, that's my mistake. Alright, validate. Okay, okay. Alright, that works. Back in business. Yeah, so we were taxing that whole time with no thrust. That's quite realistic. The anti-ice on this airplane will, when it's turned on, increases the N2 to provide power to the lead air system, because at idle it doesn't have enough thrust to do it. So it will taxi quite quickly on the ground. So you have to use a lot of braking usually. I'll go ahead and show you the cabin now. We're on this little bit of a straightaway here. You can see the no smoking and seatbelt signs on there. And this is it. I'll probably show you guys a bit more in the air once we're in cruise. But that's looking pretty good, I think. I don't really care about the cabin too much. It's a nice addition for sure. But I'm all about systems and flight models and blah, 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 personally. So the tax light is on as well, why not? It's too bad no one's controlling currently, but we're going to be flying later on tonight as well and streaming too, so hopefully someone comes online. Yes, I did see, Randy, I did see the passengers on the left, or boarding earlier. I didn't do GSX today, except my trim actually, but I did see them boarding. If you go to the beginning of the stream, I had a bit of problems with what's it called, a Wasm crash, because I was setting my EFB up with Navigraph and all that kind of stuff, and didn't like that. So once you set it up, by the way guys, once you set up your Navigraphs and SimBrief ID and all that stuff in the EFB, restart the plane. Don't fly after you've set all that stuff up. But GSX does work with the passengers. I did see them. I don't know if they stay in their seat, but I saw them boarding in their seat. Anyways, what I had to do? Oh yeah, we're trimming of 6.4. Pretty low. Most times with a flap 8 departure at this weight, you're in the 6.872 range, but anyways, we'll be taxiing here. Taking the first right turn here at Alpha. Oh, I guess I should show you the chart, shouldn't I? We're right there. And, you know what? Why don't I go ahead and show you this chart. Just kind of make sure I'm going the right way. So now you got a chart right in your EFB. Got another RJ there. That's kind of cool. It has VATSIM traffic. I didn't even know that. That's pretty sweet. So there's another RJ behind us. We're on Alpha. And we'll be taxiing up to Hotel, which will be at the very end. David says, we'll try and join you later. Should try get CRJ Congo line going. Yeah, that'd be awesome, man. Flight Sim Gaming, welcome, 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 my friend. How you doing? Hopefully you can fly with us later, Flight Sim Gaming. We're going back to Charlottetown later. So I'm going to do this Toronto LaGuardia, and then I'm going to do Toronto Charlottetown to show off the RNAV, LNAV only approach with the new SOFLAKE and Advisor VNAV features. So hopefully you can come out there. Flight Sim Gaming coming with 20 gifted memberships, my friend. That is crazy, man. You could have just bought me a Slovakia dinner or something. We could have just went out for lunch or something. But really appreciate that, my friend. Guys, go ahead and go over to Flight Sim Gaming's channel as well. And I just saw Simple Takeoff got a membership. So Simple Takeoffs and Flight Sim Gaming, be sure to go over to stop at their channels. Good friends of the channel. I know them real world as well. So be sure to go stop over Simple Gaming channel and Simple Takeoff. Sorry, I mixed the names. Simple Takeoff's channel and Flight Sim Gaming. They both stream Flight Sim as well, and sometimes alongside with me too. And if you did get a membership by Flight Sim Gaming, be sure to go say thanks in the chat. So. Very nice of him to do that for us today. Yeah, I finally get to showcase it. I know I've been waiting forever. The update is definitely... Why is my... Oh, I think I got to set... yeah, let me go back here. The update is definitely better than the previous version, in my opinion. There we go. We might take off here. Set, and set, and set. All right, validate. Okay, let me go back to that. So yeah, update's definitely better in my opinion to the last one. And what I would like to say is the airplane's getting a lot of flack in some cases for here and there. Not all the time, but a lot of the time there's a lot of user error with this airplane. And to add on to that, this is going to be a free update for 2020 and 24. So I mean, you can't really complain all that much. Yes, if you have high expectations, like it's not going to be a Phoenix, and I knew that was it going into even beta testing. It's not going to be that, but it will be better than what it was than before, and I'd rather have better than before than nothing at all, in my opinion. Just make sure my throttle works here now. Perfect. All right. Airports guy says, how do I pay for membership? I'm on an iPhone. Yeah, I find iPhone glitches out because on PC there should be a join button next to my name on the channel, but on iPhone it glitches out sometimes. You have to go on a PC. I'm not really too sure. I've had that problem as well, where I tried to subscribe to like Flight Sim Gaming or CST Gaming or Owls, and I can't get the join button to pop up. It's always like somewhere else. So or not there at all. So I have to go to PC, like a desktop, and do it. Pleasant Guy says, watching 330 driver. He had issues with holds apparently. Would you be able to try it out? Yeah, I could definitely try out a hold. I'll probably keep this first flight as just there and back A to B, and then the next one just to see how it goes. And the next one I'll get a bit more creative, and we're gonna be an LNAV, RNAV only approach as well. So we'll do that as well. Ryan says, the real CRJ, how do you see those tiny screens like your ground... Well, in the real plane, you're in the real plane, so the screens are... It's, you know, you can... it's a bit easier to kind of see them in real world. But actually, mention that the text font of these screens have been adjusted in hopes to make it a little easier for you to see the numbers. To me, I find it a little bit better. But it's... Yeah. That's all I can say on that. Real world, you're actually sitting in the plane, so if you do need to get closer, you can just move closer, but for the most part, you can see it no problem. Dieter says, oh, he's talking to someone else. Randy, if it's possible to show how to maintain speed with the throttle, I struggle with that for sure, my friend. We can do that. Airbus guy says, okay, I'll try next time when I got my PC. Thanks. No worries, my friend. And don't feel pressure to be a member either. I have it there. If people do want to support, feel free. But absolutely no need for it if you don't want to, so... All right, we're getting close to the runway here. We're gonna go flap 8, and we'll get our before takeoff stuff. So we'll set up our auto crossflow to manual. We'll check our flight controls there. So we're gonna go full left, full right, neutral, full down, neutral, full up. Neutral is all good. And if we go to the EFB, there's a new takeoff performance feature. If I go performance, takeoff, and landing, you can see takeoff data provided by SimBrief. Toronto, let's make sure I'm going the right way here. Toronto, runway 23, that's the length. Flap 8, engine bleeds on, anti-ice engines. I'm going to do wings and cowls on both of them. Thrust mode flex, that's impossible. If you do a flex of 45 with thrust on, in real life, oh, sorry. If you try to flex with wing anti-ice on, it won't even allow you to do it. It will override you, so that's not correct. That's a SimBrief problem. And anyways, that's a new feature provided also with the landing feature as well, landing calculator. That's also new. Let me go explain the takeoff procedure, what we're going to do, because I see a lot of people doing this incorrectly. We're going to go ahead and go toga button on the runway, toga thrust, V1 rotate, gear up, speed mode once. Don't click it more than once because we're going to get climb. If you click it more, you're going to get IS. You click it again, you're going to get pitch. You don't want any of those. Click it once, you're going to get climb, and the speed is going to say whatever you're currently doing. So we're targeting V2 plus 10 to 20, so 152 to 162, sorry, 152 to 172, anywhere in that range. So we're going to click speed, and it should say climb 160, for example. Then nav mode, because this is an RNAV SID, which means the FMS has it built in. Notice it says runway 23, 237, 1100 feet, then 245. It knows to do that, so nav mode will work. If it's just runway heading, you just click heading mode. So gear up, speed mode, nav mode. Passing 400 feet, you just want to verify that FMS1 capture, FMS2 in this case captures. Passing 600 feet, engage the autopilot if you want to. Passing 1570, which is our level off height in this case, our acceleration height, 1,000 feet above ground. We're going to go from climb 160 in our example to we're going to select our VT speed of 199. Start retracting the flaps, climb thrust after takeoff checklist. So I'll get caught up with chat real quick, and we'll do a quick radio call as well. Toronto traffic, Jazz 74, line up runway 23, Rigas 5 departure. Randy F says it's possible to show how to make. Yep, did that one. Airport Sky, okay, I'll try it next time. No worries. Flight Sim Gaming says the EFB looks amazing, much needed. Yeah, it's so much better. I'll show you the charts as well in a second here if I put up the charts. I asked Hans if he can put one on the right for me, but I don't think that's coming yet. You got that? Pretty cool. Mathis says, what about when it's vectors and takeoff? Do you still nav? So yeah, in this case, let me go ahead and stop here really quickly. So 237, 1100 feet, then 245 for vectors. I can still use nav because it's going to fly heading at 245 until I tell it otherwise. And we're clear, right? Just make sure when you do click, when you are going to use nav, just verify the FMS has the correct logic in there. If it's just maintain runway heading on your SID, then just do heading mode. It's usually easier. Matt says, okay, perfect, no worries. Flight Sim Gaming says, any Easter eggs that we need? Yeah, there will be one. I'm going to show you one. Let's do a lineup check real quick. Get those on, and let's get that all on. Oop, my taxing's not being too good here. It's raining quite hard. Let's go continuous ignition on just for added. It's free performance. We'll just throw it on. Chime the flight attendants twice. It's not the correct chime noise, but there is a chime noise now. Takeoff button, we got TOTO. The takeoff configuration is okay. We're gonna box these messages because we're happy with them. All right, and 2-3 is verified. Let's get going. We're gonna set between the screw and the climb just so we can get a roughly 70% stabilized engine, 70 to 75. Takes a little bit too long in the sim for it to stabilize. We'll say that's good. And we'll go set thrust. We go all the way to the toga position. You hear those 2 clicks that came in there. A little bit of nose down pressure as well. Wind should be straight down the pipe. 80 knots checked. So remember, it's going to be gear up, speed mode, nav mode. That's the procedure. V1, rotate. Up to the flight director, gear up. Speed mode. Nav mode. Heading, FMS2 armed. I'll zoom in so you guys can see it. FMS2 captured, that's correct. That's how the real airplane does it. And at 1100 feet, it's going to command a turn to the right. 245, passing 600, engage autopilot. Engage with the AP in green. 1570, I'm going to scroll my speed from 159 to VT of 199. Airplane starts to nose down to accelerate. There's V2 plus 15 right there, so flap 1. And then we're looking for, sorry, it's V2 plus 12, my mistake there. And then VT minus 15 is what I meant here. Flap 0.
76 on 8.23.
Alright, we'll go climb thrust. 1 click back, verify it says it there. Climb thrust is set, and we'll go line the lights off. That off, that off. Don't need that anymore. That off, that off. If it gets more convective, we'll leave the continuous ignition back on, but it doesn't matter in sim. So we'll pretend we've been cleared higher. We'll set 7,000 feet, and we're gonna go left towards Murno. So we're gonna go Murno. Someone wanted me to try the direct intercept page. I'll go try it for you. Direct Murno, execute. FMS choose capture. Let's go climb 250 or above the noise of 3,600 feet in Toronto. Seems like it's working pretty good. Might have to just, I usually do have to do this sometimes. If it's a very tight turn, I'll just kind of go in there and rematch it up just so it doesn't overshoot too much. And we would say we've cleared the whole way because there's no ATC, so we'll go all the way to 37,000 feet, and that's set. And oh, come on, confirmed.
And Toronto traffic, Jazz 786 departing runway 23.
Be sure, guys, to hit that like button. I really appreciate you guys watching. 44 viewers is insane. I think that's the record for the channel, actually, so that's quite amazing. It's still below 10, and we're still in clouds. The wing and anti-ice are still on, but the wings could be turned off because we're above 230 knots. So Bombardier claims above 230. We do not require the wing anti-ice unless we get an ice message, and then we're going to require it. You know what? I think I have my icing effect turned off, actually. Let me go ahead and make sure that's turned on for you guys so we can kind of simulate that. Failing damage, icing effect, because icing effect in the sim is kind of ridiculous, but I'll put it on just so I can show you that if we get an ice light, an orange, then we'll throw the wing anti-ice back on. That's what we do real world. And then ice orange will turn ice green once the wing anti-ice is able to fight it. Oh my god, it works. Yeah, it does. Brandon, have you tried holding? I have not tried. I have done holding from a go-around into a hold, but I haven't done programming one yet. So I'll try that on my second flight. We'll be going from Toronto to Charlottetown. Menace says, is it possible to get a checklist and flowchart from you? Unfortunately, I can't provide that information. I would love to, but I can't release any company stuff. Out of the cloud, we're going to be piercing through that one, so I'll leave the cowls on. And I find in the TCAS is usually set to something else, but we want norm. It should be set to norm by default. Looking great. 10,000 feet, the lights out. Pressurization is checked with the belts. We're going to leave them on for that cloud coming up ahead, and then our radios are good. I'm going to leave it 250 just so we can have a nice steeper climb to get away from these clouds, and then I'm going to accelerate 280. Yeah, sorry, man. Thanks for understanding. So sometimes we do this. We don't accelerate right away, because if I were to turn climb 250 into a climb 280, the nose would come down and my climb would kind of stop. And we'd be in these icing conditions longer. So I'm going to keep this climb 250 going all the way up, piercing through the clouds. And once we break out, I'll go. I'll select my knob to climb 280 there. There we are. 280. Yeah. There's the nose coming down. See that? And so if I did that lower, we'd be in that cloud still. And I can go cowls off. No ice light. We're out of the weather. Cowls come off. If we were out of the weather and we had an ice light, green or orange, doesn't matter. We have to leave our anti-icing systems on until that ice light goes out. Randy says, so you climb with speed mode instead of VS. Correct, yeah. You can use VS, but speed mode protects you of a stall, right? VS does not. So where we do use vertical speed sometimes is accelerating at 10,000 feet. We'll go ahead and select VS 1,500 feet a minute, accelerate, and then go climb mode. Just because VS will keep a constant rate of climb going, whereas in speed 280, as you saw, it almost leveled off there, which is realistic. But ATC might want you to keep the climb going. So there's different techniques, but normally we're just in climb mode. It's just much easier. Constantly syncing our heading back to the center. We're looking great. Don't think we're going to make it to 37. We usually never do real world. They always plan us for 27s around this kind of area. For these 1 hour flights, 37 is kind of crazy. And New York airspace is especially never, you know, you're going to be descending at 100 miles anyways at 5,000 feet. So anyways, we're looking good. Let's go start seeing what New York is, or not New York, where are we going? We're going to DCA. I'm thinking we're going to LaGuardia. Either way, we're going to see what DCA is advertising for weather. 180, 11 knots, so river visual, well, light rain, 10 miles, scattered 25. Technically, the river visual can be done. If I go ahead and take a look at the chart, I'm pretty sure it's a ceiling of 3,000 feet. On to 19. We're also obviously going to back this up with the RNAV Yankee anyways. Aircraft may visually follow river. Airport may proceed. RNAV Yankee work. Yep. Weather 3,500 ceiling. Visibility 3 miles. So scattered is not a ceiling. Ceiling is either broken or overcast. So we have light rain, scattered 2,500, broken 45. So the ceiling is 4,500 feet. Let's go take a look at weather radar on my ForeFlight really quickly. So there's a pretty significant storm kind of going through the area, but it's actually south of DCA, and it should be gone by the time we get there. So we can either do the RNAV Yankee at runway 19, which is basically the visual on an RNAV, or the river visual. Either way, we're going to be programming the RNAV Yankee regardless as a backup. So this is the RNAV Yankee, and you can see it's basically the river visual. And we're passing 18. Let's go transition on the right and the center and the left. You can have these all synced. I just don't because I like to manually do it for memory to not, you know, real world stuff. Anyways, this is the RNAV Yankee approach, which is runway 19. And if you have the NG version of the CRJ at your company or in the sim with the VNAV function, it will actually fly this laterally for you and vertically for you. Most times when I go to DCA, we don't have the NG, so we're doing this all manually with the vertical speed. It will still follow laterally, left and right, but there's no VNAV path. I'll have to use vertical speed in this ascent. So we're going to replicate that today because that's the harder of the two. So we're going to replicate what we do real world without VNAV. Reset says, looks like a fixed climb rate. She's no longer climbing like a rocket. Yeah, it's climbing around 2,300. That's pretty standard. Pretty standard stuff going. Wrongside, welcome, my friend. Everybody who's in the chat, go take a look at Wrongside's channel as well. It's a great channel. Love his Airbus setup. He has a really cool Airbus setup going on as well. Viz always controlling, so if you had a ceiling of 3,000, you can still technically try it as long as you have Viz at 3 miles or greater. You probably already know that, but if you're to point out, yeah, no worries, my friend. For sure. We're gonna be doing the RNAV Yankee regardless, so we will have that. But I think we have the weather regardless. Yeah, we got 10 miles with the 45. So, but thanks for the insight and thanks for commenting as well. But so we'll be flying here, but we're not doing this procedure. If anyone else is not following, we'll be flying this route per se, but it won't be a visual approach. We'll be under RNAV. Still IFR rules, if that makes sense. We're not going to be on the visual. We'll be doing the RNAV Yankee, which still follows that route for the most part, but we'll be under an RNAV. So either way, we can start getting some of this stuff set up so we can be ahead of the game here. What still doesn't work, I've seen, is the predicted nautical miles and stuff. That should all work without an approach loaded in. But anyways, we'll do weather, weights, plates. So weather we already have. And plates were, weight, we don't really have to do the real way. The real way is I have to go to the FMS and find our 0 fuel weight and then add our landing fuel and get our landing weight and do all that kind of stuff. And here you have an EFB that'll do it basically for you. So we'll go ahead and go to performance. And we'll go ahead and return to load sheet. You can see all the speeds are there to be set up. The only thing I'm going to change is this VT speed because it would not be higher than what we took off with. So we'll go here to target and we'll scroll this down to about 193 or something around there. We took off with 199 of ET, so probably 191. Let's go back to 22.8. So that's been set up. We do have a landing calculation for length now. So airport is KDCA. From prediction, we're going to use about like about 5,000, 4,500 feet or so. We'll refresh the METAR. We're crossing 11. Oh, that's runway 19. Refresh the METAR. There we go. Landing weight. All right. I guess I do need to calculate. So what we have to do is performance. Perf. Our fuel is, or our 0 fuel weight is 64, basically 800 pounds. And we'll be landing with, so it should say it here, it doesn't, but it's DCA. We click progress page. DCA landing with 5,300 or 5,400 pounds. So a little cheat code you can do is 0 fuel weight's there. I'm not going to execute this, but 5,400. Landing at 70,200. Oh, I did it. There is no execute. Just put that back. 73. You're not really supposed to do that, but in the sim that works just fine. So we'll be landing with about 71,300 pounds. Back. 71,300. Nope, back, 71, 300. VREF will be at VREF, reverser will be dual, but no, usually, because we're just going to be using idle reverse. And we'll be using 3,200 feet. And if I add reverser, 3186. Pretty, not that big of a difference. So, yeah, using 3,200 feet with an extra about, I don't know, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4,200 feet, 4,500 feet or so. Plenty of room. So speeds and landing distance calculations have been done and set. There's no ILS information, but what I will do is manually tune the DCA VOR. And actually, let's go ahead and try this. We should be able to dial in a, what's it called? An ident. So let me go ahead and see. The DCA, that's the localizer. This is called DCA. That's the Washington VOR. It's DCA. I'm going to type in DCA, and it should say 1110. Look at that. That's modeled. That's correct. That's how we do that real world as well. Let me catch a thing here. I thought you climb with VS. No, we climb with speed mode. You can use VS if you like, but speed climb mode is the default. Randy says, why is your climb speed 280? It's just, it makes it, once, actually going to come up right here. You'll notice that 280 knots, as we pass 31,600 feet, which is the automatic transfer from IS to Mach, you'll find that passing 31.6, 280 and 7.7 are usually pretty close together. So when it transfers to 7.7, the airplane doesn't have to do any crazy adjustments or nose down, nose up. It should be one seamless transfer from 280 knots right into 7.7 is why my company does it. But it's also obviously a very efficient climb. I've heard other companies do 290, 7.7, 275. You can vary it up. Sometimes for a high speed climb, we'll do climb 320, 7.7. So we can change it up, but 280 is just the default that my company uses. So you're going to see here passing 31,600. 7.7 is getting pretty close. Not quite there, but it's pretty close. And it'll say climb 7.7. It's going to do it automatically for you. Climb 7.6 because we weren't at 7.7. I'll go ahead and match that up. Half bank, so we're all good. Let's see. Pappy says the FMS version doesn't offer an NG option, right? It kind of does, and it kind of doesn't. It doesn't tell you if you're using an NG. It's just up to you to know that you're using NG features. So if I go options, next page, and I turn coupled VNAV on, a new button will appear here called VNAV, and that's an NG feature only. It doesn't say on the EFB like enable NG. It allows you features, and you have to know if it's an NG feature or not. So an NG feature is VNAV. The other one, if you saw Flight Deck to Sim Vit stream today, when you clicked approach in White Needle and it went white to green by itself, that's called auto nav transfer. That's an NG feature only. Then regular does not have that. Shaq says, what's the shortest runway you have landed on in the RJ? That I personally landed on was probably I think LaGuardia is 7,002 foot runway. I think that's the shortest that I've used personally. Ivan says, thanks, Flight Sim Gaming. Yeah, go ahead and thanks, Flight Sim Gaming, guys, for giving the membership. That was awesome for him to do that. Aaron says, I wish they'd make it so you can separate nose with steering from... Yeah, I really want that, too, because what happens with that, Aaron, I haven't experienced that even in the old version, is you'll put your beautiful crosswind input for the runway, and then as soon as the gear touches, you go off in the middle of nowhere because that gear is now your nose with steering. So, yeah, I wish that, too. Patrick says, very cool. Yeah, no worries. Be sure, guys, to like and subscribe as well. And you can see that the LNAV tracking is a lot better. It's even smart turning this a little bit to get back on track. Anyways, let's keep going. So those have been set up. The HCP will go ahead and set this guy up. So the length, or so the elevation is 13 feet, I believe, at DCA. Need my chart to verify that. And the length of, so it should be 7,002 as well, actually, I'm pretty sure. Go performance, takeoff and landing. 7169. 7160. Nope. 69. Enter that in. Last is going to be the we'll do the second last will be the MDA. It was, if I bring that chart back up. This is the ILS, and I want that. That's the revisual. I don't want that. I want the RNAV Yankee. And this one is 780. Because it's a non-precision approach, we add 50 feet. So 780 feet, because we had the 50 feet, will become 830 on the MDA. No cold weather corrections required. So 830 it is. MDA, ooh, MDA 830 is set. Alright, let's check out our descent, how we're going here. Shiloh. Let's get this started here. So, skills 5, we're into the RNAV Yankee. If they give me the choice for it. You know what? I don't think I've updated my nav data, so I'll just put RNAV 19 and hope it knows. Yeah, because Fergie has it there. That's my fault, guys. I haven't updated my nav data. We should have an RNAV Yankee in there. So that's going to be my fault. Alright, going. Let's delete that. We want the second one. PSP up there is where we're going. Eyes added, mega nays, vectored. Derek. That's correct. Yep, there is C-Tech. Let's get the chart out here to verify. Derek. Yeah, see, this is the old one. Gray's C-Talk. Mr. Roman 19. Yeah, that's the old one, so that's my fault, guys. I can update in mid-flight, but last time I did that, that broke the sim. So I'm not going to update my nav data mid-flight. We're just going to do the RNAV, well, the 19, and it's going to be visual anyway, so we should be able to do the visual. Remember, we 09 with a ref, it's 36 for 37,000 feet, with a ref of 142. That's quite high. I'm going to do about 135, is more likely for a landing weight of 71,000 pounds. Missed approach. Technically, the visual doesn't have a missed approach. I'm not going to touch it. And I'm going to just put some waypoints in here to kind of help. So Derek, I'll put, has 26 above, 15 above its center. Yeah, they changed these, so these won't even work. But just as a reference, I'll put 900 feet. Right there, I'll execute that. And what I'm also going to do is next page, Derek. 3.0 glide slope. Execute that. And now it'll build that for me. So, coming up on shy skills, which is 12,000 feet, and skills requires 900 feet per minute down so far. So we're still looking good on that. I still have not gotten any top descent information. I think that's because we're a little too far. So we're going to level off here at 37,000. There's Alt's cap. Pleasant Gaming, welcome. I've become a member as well. Thank you very much for that. So we're going to set our fuel flow to about 1,800 pounds per hour per side, and that should roughly keep our speed. And once we set 1,800 per side, we're going to just come to our speed and verify that it is holding the correct speed. And if it isn't, we can make little adjustments. So back the thrust off just a tiny bit. And I've moved it like an inch, not even. And we're just going to get it roughly in the ballpark. And we're going to check our speed. So we're slowly, ever so slightly accelerating. So I'm going to do literally, oh, my throttle is kind of glitching out, literally about that much. And if it's still happening, we'll just keep reducing ever so slightly. It's okay to be slightly above the bucket. We don't want to be below the bucket. Skymaster, hello, welcome, welcome. Welcome to the channel. Did I get the CRJ now? I think so, but I've been saying that for a year or so. Don't take my word for it. Yeah, welcome. Everybody go check out Skymaster's channel as well, another fellow stream. And you can see our speeds being held is slightly accelerating still, so we're going to back it off a little bit just to get back in the bucket, and we'll do it again. Thanks very much, Skymaster. We appreciate that. And so this is how we play the speed game, is we just watch our trend arrow. There's a tiny bit of purple in the deceleration portion, which is okay. It's kind of going in and out, so it's just kind of varying a little bit. Actually, they wanted us at 7.9 for cruise, so look at that. I'm doing it properly without even realizing. And I even set that up earlier. VNav, next page, cruise, 7.9. Well, I'll even try and look at that. So we've set up. Notice there's no acceleration trend. There's no deceleration trend. If there is, add a very little bit of power and or decrease a little bit of power. Aaron says, another request for flight info, West Virginia, on one stream. It's, yeah, for sure. Throw it in the Discord, in the general chat in Discord, and just at me on it, and I'll try to make a reminder. I think someone also, forget someone's, I gotta check the Discord. Someone recommended something as well, and I'll have to go take a look at that. So we're looking groovy. Basically, next thing to happen is top of descent. which is going to be Shiloh at 12, and then Baltimore 250 at 10,000 feet. In that time, I'm going to leave you with the cabin, and I'm going to go to the bathroom really quickly, because I've been talking nonstop and drinking a lot of water nonstop. So I'll leave you around here. All right, we're back. Look at that, speed didn't even move. Awesome. I'm gonna make sure to keep my V pilot up. I always forget to do that, but DC center went offline anyways. But I always get the contact me's, but the sound never goes off. So I always get spooked now. Anyways, I kind of wish I updated my nav data before this, but we'll be doing another flight from Toronto to Charlottetown, so I can show you guys the the RNAV LNAV only approach with the new Snowflake. And you'll actually see it on this visual approach as well, I hope. But I'll update the nav data, and then I'll restart the stream, restart the sim, so you guys can check it out. Or maybe I'll keep the stream running. Actually, I'll just blank it out, and I'll do all that stuff. You guys can stay; it'll be easier for you. Max says, firstly, I love your videos. It's great to have a real RJ pilot learn from. Secondly, does the V2 have LPV capabilities? It does not. Not yet. I think they're in the works, though. I've been told that that's kind of what's going to be happening, but no. Pappy says, as the screens in the black, are the screens in the back an option that can be disabled? I don't think they can be disabled. I think you're forced to have them. I'm not too sure. I'm going to go ahead and say you have to have them. Oh, I didn't show you guys this. There's a secondary next page. You get the GSX options, automatic door handling, closed doors after boarding, use GSX refueling, closed doors and after deboarding. You can have, that's all new, brand new, guys, as well. So you just go settings, next page, next page, next page, and it's all there. Save that option. Hope that didn't break my airplane. Oh no, you're kidding. That actually did break it. Okay. Oh wait, we're back. All right, good. I was gonna say, that's terrible. I would have found a plug though for the fix at least, I guess. That would have been bad. I'm not gonna click anything I don't know anymore. You know what? I'm an idiot. I pressed legs page on the legs page. Of course it wouldn't do anything. Anyways, yeah, we're looking pretty groovy. I'll give you guys an approach briefing. It's gonna be, get this star up here as well. It's gonna be the Skills 5 arrival will be the Phillipsburg. We're almost over Phillipsburg now. We'll do a fuel check or a fuel check at Phillipsburg. Shiloh, Skills at 12,000, crossing Baltimore 250, 10,000. Over to Eyes and Edward, Megs, Nays, Vector for the River Visual, runway 19. And there's no ATC, so I'll just vector myself basically. So we'll plan to be about 3,000 feet, about flap 8 in this position. We'll turn about a base-ish kind of a leg onto the river, do flap, gear down flap 20, and then turn in the river flap 30, flap 45, and start our little wig waggle down the river there. And if we go to the approach chart here, we're starting at just behind Derek, 3,000. And basically, the easiest way to fly this is a 3-degree glide slope all the way from, you won't have anything to reference, but it's a 3-degree path from basically just behind Derek all the way down. So at 10 miles, 3,000, at 15, or 5 miles, 1,500 feet roughly, at 3 miles, about 900 feet. So as we're going down in the mileage, that's why I programmed the DCA VOR. I'll have, and even DCA mileage will be here too. But as we're going down in the mileages, I kind of keep that in my brain. 10 miles should be 3,000, 5 miles should be roughly 1,500 AGL. These are ASL altitudes, mind you, but for a 3-degree path, it'll be better working in my brain, at least from AGL. So it just happens that DCA is basically 20 feet, so it works out either way. And then laterally, you just follow the river. Stay over the water. That's all you gotta do laterally. Stay over the water. Take wind into consideration, because if there's a high crosswind blowing from left to right, you'll have to make some different adjustments to stay over the water. And then vertically, it's the I have target altitude gates. 5 miles, I want to be passing roughly 1,500 feet. 3 miles, roughly 900 feet. And then by this point, you should be turning inbound for the runway and have the Pappies in sight as well. So, anyways, yeah. Pretty simple. The landing technique is brand new to it flies a bit more like the real airplane, as in it will slam. This airplane does slam in real life very easily because it's a very elongated airplane. It was never meant to be this long, the 900, especially the 1000. They started off with the Challenger, right? Then they made an RJ-100, then the 200, then the 500, and the 700, 900. So they keep making it longer and longer and longer, and the airplane doesn't react all that well when it starts to get too long. So it will slam. The runway is short on the shorter side, so we will prioritize centerline and touchdown zone over buttery, greasy, all that kind of stuff. If we can get it, great. But my concern is touchdown zone, centerline. That's my main concern there. Obviously, we don't want to break backs or anything, but I'd rather firmer and in the zone than greased in the water, right? So at least that's what we do, rear world. Get her down off to the hotel. So yeah, after this I will after this video I'll show you a couple of replays if I remember to turn it on, and we will go from there. Passing Phillipsburg, our required fuel. Let's go up to a flight time here. Phillipsburg, I'll turn it on so you guys can see. Phillipsburg VOR, we're planning 5,500 pounds basically. We're passing at 6,000, so we're 500 pounds above planned. We're 1,500 pounds above min, or so, actually plenty more than that. And we should be here in 29 minutes. We did it in 29 minutes. RVSM is all checked, so we're groovy. We're looking good. I'll turn that off. Plenty of gas. I'll catch up with the comments here as well. Jfoot says, even with the screens, I've never seen anyone have perf issues with the yeah, no, the RJ, I mean, I'm getting like hundreds. It's royally smooth. Aviation Rest in Boston's fully on. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, Boston's usually on. Atlanta's usually on too as well. I should start getting VNAV stuffy. I think I'm not, because the nav data is out of date and doesn't know what to do with it. So that could be that. So don't think it's just happening. That's my theory on that though. Skills requires 12,000 feet a minute. Sorry, my mistake. Skills requires 12,000 feet at 2,000 a minute currently. We're going to start down when it says 2,800 a minute, and I'm going to go down at 3,000 a minute. Let's see if I can fix my VNAV path up to VNAV and 4 degree. There we go. I had it kind of calculate there. I don't want it to Derek. I want it to... I think the direct intercept page kind of screwed it up a little bit. Oh, cancel mod. 12,000. Nope. Cancel mod. Put it here. Maybe it'll wake up. We do have advisory VNAV Snowflake. But it's bringing me to Derek. I don't want that. So maybe if I go Shiloh, execute, and I can wake up the VNAV advisory VNAV a little bit. I feel like that's the thing many simmers don't understand. It's not all about the lowest feet per minute on touchdown. Yeah, exactly. That's my biggest pet peeve with a lot of streams that I see, is that it's all feet per minute. It's like, I don't give a crap. I mean, as long as everyone's safe, the airplane comes to a stop on the center line in the touchdown zone, you are good. It does not show me the top of descent. Yeah, I think the reason it's not doing it for me, there's two reasons why I think. One, my nav data is out of date, because I just reinstalled the new update that just came out today for it, and I didn't do it. And two, is at the beginning, someone wanted to see the direct intercept page, which might have screwed with it. I'm not too sure. But, anyways, that's what I think. But notice when on the next flight, when it'll work, this 2200 a minute will actually be shown here, which is correct. In real life, we do have this. And right now it's 0 because it just screwed up, but it would actually say 2200 a minute down, which is pretty sweet. I wonder if I go, you know what, let me go direct intercept, Shiloh, execute, if it'll wake. Ah, now it's a climb. Well, that's not correct either, but at least I woke it up. So that's good. I think the direct intercept page kind of screwed it up a little bit. To your knowledge, is the advisory VNAV jump around still? The Snowflake, you mean? It's a lot better. It's still not 100% correct, but it is a lot better than before. That's for sure. All right, we're gonna say we're clear direct skills. I want to see what happens if I direct intercept straight to skills. All right, well that's worse. But anyways, it should say negative 2400, and it should be putting it right there. It should not say a climb. Let's go perf. Actually, VNAV. Next page. Let's see if I can tell it like, hey, we're still here. I don't think this is gonna make a difference, but yeah. I have tested this without touching direct intercept, and it did work flawlessly for me. Let's see if I manually put 12,000 feet in here. That stayed the same. Wants up. Let's try a 4.0 descent. Execute. Still wants up. Oh well. We need 2,500 a minute. Still looking good. We want 2,800 a minute, and then we'll start on our way down. So that's the thing, is everyone complains about VNAV and stuff, and yes, it is annoying. However, if you have the ability to overcome it, it's no problem. Like, I know that the RJ descends at 3,000 minute idle thrust, so I'm gonna wait till that says 28, and then I'll start going down at 3,000. But all in due time. At least there's an update coming out, right, guys? That's what I say, at least. Let's set our heading bug. That's been drifted off here. See, 90 knots from the right-hand side of the airplane there. And what we're going to do is we're going to set 12,000 feet in the alt cell. There we go. And 2,800, that's what's required. I want you guys to watch now, when I go vertical speed 3,000 a minute, it's going to pitch down a lot less aggressively than before. Before it would just like spine break you, but now if I click vertical speed 3,000, notice how much more tame the airplane is now. We'll start reducing our thrust. It's still a bit wibbly wobbly because it kind of overshoots a bit, but it's so much better than before. It would break the backs before, just like nose down. It would immediately do it, right? So that's a lot better. So 3,000 a minute looking good. That's kind of completely borked. Maybe once we pass skills, it'll be better. Quite the crab going on. LNAV's working magically better. I never took the seatbelts off. Go take your pee for 20 minutes, or not even, because we'll be descending shortly. Can't wait to fly some more. I've seen holding up CRJ flights since the update. Yeah. I hope it comes out tomorrow. We'll see. I think it's still planned. I'm not too sure. We got 51 viewers. That's absolutely insane. If we can get 51 likes, that'd be awesome as well. I think that's the record for the channel now. That's pretty awesome. I really appreciate you guys tuning in and watching. If you like the channel, please subscribe and maybe become a member if you want to help out the channel, but subscribe for more. There's already, I think, 5 or 4 brand new videos. I had them pre-recorded when I was able to release them. I just released them. So I think there's 5 videos on my channel already. New takeoff technique, new landing technique, cold and dark startup, a little bit of a movie kind of montage-y kind of thing, and I thought there was one, oh, top 5 favorite features of the new update. So go be sure to go check those out as well if you're interested in them. All on the CRJ-900 V2. Yep, the videos came out today, earlier today, 2 hours ago. Brandon says, do you also descend with speed mode? Or also, you can, but vertical speed in these kind of descents are better, and I'll just manage my own speed, because usually we're just idle thrust. I can't do it in the sim because it's way too draggy. It's doing 3,000 a minute, and we still need thrust, which isn't really quite correct. But where I like to use speed mode is, notice how it says Baltimore 250 at 10,000. Once I make 250 at 10,000, I'm passing Baltimore, and I'm cleared to descend further. That's when I know my street restriction is 250, so I'm gonna put the number I've been cleared to descend to, and then descend 250, because now my speed's being taken care of. Right now, I don't have a certain speed that I'm really, like, I'm trying to maintain 290 as best I can. But if I'm a little fast, a little slow, that's a little slow we don't really want, but a little fast is okay. So that's where that's okay. And I'm just making the, because right now I'm more concerned with the restriction of 12,000 feet. So I want a certain feet per minute. Rather than a certain speed, if that makes sense. When passing Baltimore, I want 250, so I'll do descend 250, and idle thrust, or whatever descent rate I require. I'll use either idle thrust, or I have some power, or idle thrust and speed brake or spoilers. You can kind of mix it up once you're in descend mode like that. But I like to vary it. Hope that makes sense. I'll show you after passing Baltimore. We got 49 likes, guys. Doing awesome. That's amazing. Really appreciate it. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream as well. I've been waiting a long time to showcase this thing. I've been testing it for about a year almost, it feels like. I think it's actually been like 8 months or 7, but if you guys have any other questions, be sure to ask. I'll be in the back here. I'll show you this a little bit more if you want it. And you can see even the emergency lighting system. The lights are at the bottom. If I go to the back here, it leads you to the exits in the correct fashion. And if I go, you can't click anything, but if I go to the flight attendant section, you can click and open the door. Actually, I'm not going to do it. It works here. I thought it was 2024 only, but it does look like it works there as well. And you also have the newly modeled flight attendant panel as well. So that's all looking great as well. So our planning skills just behind 12,000, and the next one is Baltimore at 10, which is 20 miles. 20 miles to lose 2,000 feet and slow down is more than fine. So let's go ahead and reduce my rate of descent a little bit to about 2,500 a minute or so. And let's see, it's commanding 23, so we'll do 21. I want to kind of, I don't want to level off. Actually, I need to make it at 12, so yeah, we'll do it at once. So it wants 22. We'll do 23, 100 more just for safety reasons, just in case. And we got the CTAF for DCA. It's probably 19.1, I think it is by memory, but anyways, KDCA 19.1. I was actually here yesterday. I did a flight to DCA at took off at 7 in the morning. We did the Mount Vernon visual, runway 1. Captain Chris, sorry, I messed up some comments here. Pappy says, do you have a favorite approach? Do you like the more technical ones like DCA or straightforward ones? From a pilot perspective and fun-wise, the more like the DCA visual, the LaGuardia Parkway, whatever it's called, Stadium Visual. I did a full manual hand-flown circuit from it. Like I did a full circuit basically with a CRJ. That stuff's more fun. Autopilot off, flight directors off, just, you know, hand flying it. But from a level of workload, a straight in ILS is super nice. You do nothing really, it's just for the most part. So anyways, transition, let's go check out our new altimeter setting in DCA. They're advertising a weather DCA light rain. Let's refresh this.
Yeah, this is Kennedy Tower, Richie.
Don't know why I'm getting Kennedy Tower, but the rain's gone. Scattered 8, broken 47. Still good for the visual if needed. 297.
Airfield looking for a full stop landing 262 Alpha.
I'm just gonna click B. Got this close, and I'll kind of fix it up. Fix it up.
On about 262 Alpha.
Fix it up. 973.
Right, are you aware that we
Don't know why this is Kennedy Tower, 19.1. Yeah. Captain Chris says VNAV implemented yet? It always was implemented. The original has it as well. You just have to go to the EFB. Options, next page. Couple of VNAV. That's always been there, even in the old version. I don't use it because one, real world, very few. Okay, I'm turning this off. Real world, very few airplanes have VNAV. Only the 900 NG, and in my company we only have I think 8 of them. Like not many. The other thing is we don't real world unless you've been given a descend via. The VNAV sucks. Like in my opinion, a lot of people swear by it. It doesn't correlate well with the no auto throttle and that kind of stuff. So I turned it off just to make it a little bit harder, a little bit more realistic. And but yeah, it is there. I don't ever really use it in the sim all that much. Flight Mechanics says, are we getting the? We are getting the visual. We're only 1.9. We are doing it. Yeah, I figured, and I'm going to do it with flight directors off, autopilot off. We're just going to hand fly it all the way in there, like a visual approach. Yeah, I figured it would be cool the first few times you did it, but more you'd rather just have the straight in. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. So passing skills at 12,000 is looking good. That still says a climb, which is wrong. But hopefully, after skills and it goes into the Baltimore, it'll kind of sequence itself, I hope. Randy says, do you plan a star when arriving or plan it when on the ground? I notice that it replaces my current waypoints and messes my LNAV. Yeah, in the new one, it won't do that. You do on the ground, you do type in all your, in the new one, we do it the real way. We do it in real life, we do this as well. Type in all your waypoints, then your SIDS and runway, and your star. Do not select an approach. You can, won't mess anything up, but we just don't select an approach on the ground because it's too early it sequenced. Snowflake is up, Alt's cap 12,000. But yeah, there's no use to do an approach on the ground because it's too early. The weather's going to change. There's no point to brief it all and to change it later. All right, well, it's 250 at Baltimore. We're already 2,000 feet away, so I'm going to wait till that says 1,200 feet a minute. And if you guys ever watch my descent tutorial, especially for this example, it's going to work out perfectly. It's 12 at 12. So 2,000 feet away from 10,000 is 12,000 feet. And I'm also going to select 1,200 feet a minute idle thrust, and that'll slow us down for 250 quite magically, and they'll kind of kiss together. 250 will match 10,000 quite nice. So I've bugged 250. I'm going to hold 290 until I get 1,200 a minute required. Let me make sure that's correct. 600, 600. Perfect. That's working correct now. Now you can see it. We have it there. That's how it's supposed to look. Got a couple of clouds there. We're below 10 degrees. We're not quite touching it just yet. We will require the anti-ice here shortly once we descend into it. Pyros, welcome to the channel, my friend. Welcome, welcome. Pyros, I didn't realize VNAV was in the first one. Yeah, it's been there the whole time. Shaq says, do you have the 727? No, I don't personally. The RJ is definitely not like a study level simulation, but I fly it real world, so I have it. I try to stay away from like high fidelity aircraft if I can. I will be getting the 47-200. I think P&G said they're making that, so I will be getting that. But you know what? I'm not going to change it. It works. I'm going to leave it there. So as soon as it says, that's weird. Don't look at that. As soon as it says 1200 a minute, we're going to start going down. Fokker 28 is amazing. That's, yeah, I don't have that one either. I've heard some pretty good things about it though. It's kind of weird that it's been alts capping for the last 25 minutes here. Let's go vertical speed, go negative. And let's get it back to 12,000 there. Alts cap. All right, that's a little weird. It should be bang on. The other ones say, yeah. All right, holding 290 quality. Well, need 1100 a minute. That's good enough. 10,000 feet. Vertical speed 1200. Idle thrust. Be sure to like, guys. Really appreciate the likes, and if you can share it with everybody who likes the CRJ, that'd be awesome. You can notice the snowflake right there is we're a little low on profile, which means we're going to be leveling off just shy, but that's fine. That's more than okay. I'm not really too concerned with this one. If I wanted to match it up, I can. 1,000 a minute. You just vertical speed 1,000. But and now that banana bar moves right over Baltimore at 10,000 feet. But not a big deal. Shaq, I mean, Phoenix probably only true study level plane is in. Yeah. I don't know if it's quite level, like study level or high fidelity, whatever you want to call it. There's 250 knots. We're going to add thrust for 250. So we've made the speed restriction. Now we're going to make the 10,000 restriction, 11 for 10. The MD-80 by Leonardo is amazing. I've never flown an MD-80, so I don't know if it's, you know, 100% real, but it feels awesome. It sounds awesome. It looks awesome. All the systems work in the way I think they would work. So I love that one. The MD-11 I have a lot of fun with as well. Phoenix is, you can't really beat the Phoenix. It is what it is, so kind of wish Phoenix would make an RJ. That'd be pretty awesome, wouldn't it? Okay, so basically we're gonna go here, come right turn, basically make a left-hand downwind, and then we're gonna find the river, follow the river. Alts cap 10,000. All right, there's a clouds coming up. We're still below 10 degrees. But we're going to be level, yeah, we'll be flying through those. A little bit of thrust. We'll go wings and cowls on. Anytime it's for a descent, that whole 230 rule with the wing goes out the window. We'll throw it on just in case, because we'll be landing shortly. Alrighty. So I'll be my own ATC. There's no one online, so we'll say descend 6,000 for now. This is where I'm going to use that speed mode. So 6,000 is confirmed. I want 250. I'm going to add a little bit of thrust here. And I'm going to select speed mode, which will give me descend, and I'll bug it up to 250, and I'll start reducing my thrust. So if I keep, let's say I keep my thrust up a little bit, the airplane's going to give me as steep as it can possibly go while maintaining 250. If I wanted to descend steeper, I reduce my thrust all the way to idle. If I want steeper, I'll do idle plus spoilers. And if I don't want as steep, I can increase this or whatever you want. So you can play with it as you want, but the speed will maintain 250. That's what it's going to do now. So we're looking like we're going to be 6,000 near eyes. There'll be probably 3,000 over there. So let's set 3,000 in. And that replicated should be roughly here. Perfect. And we'll start getting configured. So descent rate's going to work. Wings and cowls are on. All the verify wings and cowls in green. Cool, cool, cool. Just because the switch is turned on doesn't mean it's actually on. You'll have to verify with the ICAST screens there. I'll catch up the comments here. EJet says, sorry, I went a little while. Was also flying the RJ. Yeah, no worries, man. Welcome back. Not the only one, but that's probably the best. Are you talking about the MD-11 part? Javi said, I fly the MD-80 as FS 2004. Awesome plane. Yeah, the MD-80 is awesome. Dava says, does the VNAV function? Does the VNAV function? I'm assuming you meant, does it work? For my testing a long time ago, it worked. I never really use VNAV as I don't really care about it. But I can try to test it out on the second leg here for you. Real world, we don't use VNAV all that much because most of the airplanes that we have don't have VNAV in it. The advisor VNAV, however, does work quite well. It does work better than the last one, in my opinion. So, and I'll show you the advisor VNAV snowflake more when we do. It might work here as well, but my nav data is out of date, so it might not. But I'll show you it more when I update my nav data and do the flight to Charlottetown, where it's an RNAV, LNAV only approach. And you'll see the snowflake work quite well over there. Chuck says, you were a P3 user, correct? What was your favorite plane? Concorde. FS Labs Concorde. I loved it. Before they added the flight engineer, I hate AI in my flight decks, in any sim. DCS, I hate the gesture AI in the F-14. I hate AI. But before they added the flight engineer in that Concorde by Flight Sim Labs, my ultimate favorite. I loved it so much. David says, advise me nav. Yeah, Roger, thanks. Yeah, no worries. Looking good. Below 10,000, let's go ahead and ring the bells here. Go and box that up. 973, 973, 973. All the altimeters are cross-checked. Everybody should be in their seats, and we got roughly 10 minutes to landing. I don't know why it says 42, but I think it's, yeah, it just drew a massive line out there, but, oh, it didn't. Yeah, it shouldn't say 42. But anyways, we're gonna take a, let's go idle thrust. Start descending a bit steeper here. Starting to get some terrain under the window there. I've had the Foxtrot F-28 for a long time, but somehow I ended up never flying it. Yeah, I don't even own it. I don't own it. Guys, we've hit 56 flights. That's pretty insane. I think that's a record for the channel so far. There we are, start to breaking out. Clouds were reported. Overcast 47, that's AGL, which is already not correct. We are technically not at DCA. That's technically for DCA with a radius of 5 mile. So Alt's cap 3000. I'm gonna do my own little vectors here, so we're gonna go heading mode, and I'm gonna sequence this approach. Derek right up there, and let's see what the outbound is, if it will give it to me. A little bit more thrust. It's 150 inbound, so 330 outbound. 330. Oh wait, no, I want 150. What am I talking about? 150. That looks correct. Insert. Sweet. That's been fixed too, by the way. It doesn't draw a line out to the middle of oh, laggy. Doesn't draw a line to the middle of Narnia anymore. It kind of stops. It should be a little smaller, but that's a lot better than what it was. So we've sequenced that approach. We're gonna stay in White Needles. We can do this two ways. We can do this, guys, with no flight director, no autopilot, green needle only if you want to see that. Or we can have it fly with the RNAV approach there. It's not the correct one. It should be the RNAV Yankee. But my data is not up to date. That was my fault. So I'll probably just do it green needles, and I'll use that kind of as a reference. So I'll leave it there. So we're in heading mode. We'll go green on the right, green on the left. That's a course of 191, at least for the runway, which doesn't really matter to me, but I'll set it anyways because it's not an ILS, so it doesn't really matter. But all right, let's start getting configured a little bit. So we're going to start slowing down to about 200. Below 230 knots, I can add my flap 30. I'll have to get away from the comments a little bit because I'm going to start doing this approach. So if I don't answer it, I'll try to go back. Let me go ahead and start recording with Sky Dolly. We're below 230, flap 1. Start turning into Derek. Anti-ice not required anymore. Ice light's gone. We're out of the clouds. Flap 8. Gonna go all the way to 180. And we're on the downwind portion. We're gonna go gear down. There's the river there. Flap 20. And go up, disengaged. Flight director's off. Set about a 160 or so, but lap 30. Start turning inbound here. I don't think I should give myself vectors, not that great. We'll go flat 45. The reference of 135. Yeah, my vectors definitely are not the best, but hey, they work, right? So we're going to get visual with this river, and we're going to basically follow the river as we go down. Disregard. We don't have a missed approach altitude, but we'll say it's been set. Alright, so they're roughly looking at 2400 roughly and or above at Derek, which we are doing now. Gears down, let's go. Reverses arm. We'll say we've been cleared to land, so we'll go and throw the single lane light on as it's daytime VFR conditions. The belts are on. Reverses arm, gears down, flap 45 is set and checked. We're looking good there. Let's go ahead and get on my profile. So we are 7 miles. At 5 miles, we roughly want 1,500 feet in there. So we'll keep this rough 700 to 800 feet per minute descent going here. We're on regular traffic, Shaz 784, starting river visual, 8 miles, river visual, 19, 8 mile final. Set our heading indicator to 191. And we're passing 6.5 at 17. That's looking pretty decent. I'm going to come right a little bit. The wind is pushing me that way as a reference currently. So we'll keep that in mind at 11 knots. $1,500 feet at 5.6. We're a little steep. I'm going to add a tiny bit of thrust and reduce my rate of descent ever so slightly here. Nothing crazy, but just a little bit. And we'll do 500 a minute for a tiny bit, and then we'll go back to our 700 a minute descent. Alright, oh yeah, you know what? That's true. Thank you very much. 19.1. I did change it because everyone was too annoying. I changed it over there.
Reagan traffic, American 2654. Right base, runway 19, full stop. Reagan.
Uh-oh. Reagan traffic, Jazz 784. We're 6 mile, runway 19, river visual.
Okay, you're on 6 mile final. Okay, I'll start slowing down.
1,000.
Alrighty. 1,000 feet. 1,000 feet is checked, and we're about 4 miles, so we're looking for about 900 feet or so at the 3 mile mark, kind of roughly. And it's pushing me to the left, so I'm going to turn a little bit tighter. Disregard that. I'm a tiny bit low. We got one white, 3 red. That's okay. We can fix that. A little bit more thrust, a little less descent. Remember, the wind's going to be pushing me towards, it's a headwind basically, so I'm going to turn a tiny bit earlier than I would usually. I don't know why there's like a million papulates. So there we go. I think I see the right ones now.
Reagan traffic, yeah, I see you on final now. I'll just go around.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we're about 2 mile final, river visual, runway 19. I don't know why he's on a base. He can't really do that, but anyways, we're gonna start our right turn here. Got our descent going a bit more as well. We're starting to creep a little high. This airplane lands like the real thing, so, well, not really, I shouldn't say that, but it lands better than before. So 30 feet we'll start reducing the thrust, 20 feet start the flare, 10 feet idle thrust, continue flare, add the rudder. Little low, correcting, but we're visual landing. There we go. Reverse and manual braking. Much better landing physics than the old one. So much better. Alright, a bit more braking. And we'll take this exit here. Reverse has been cut off.
Washington traffic, Jazz 786, gonna be on the river visual runway 9.
Gotta make sure no one's here. It's so weird with that ATC. Jazz 74 is clear all runways, Ronald Reagan. Alright, we'll take, this is Foxtrot, so JFK to the gate, we'll go straight ahead and left turn. I'll get up with the comments here in a second. I do have a recording of that landing, so I will be able to show you guys, and I'm just gonna get clear here. I'll show you a bit of an Easter egg as well. I'll show you that in just a second. We're gonna go flaps up. Oh, landing light off, strobe lights off, aft cargo off, probes off, and radar was not used, but that'll stay off. Cool. All right, this is the Easter egg. I hope it works. Pretend. I don't really know how to trigger it, but I think this is how I trigger it. Pretend we're going to the gate, and you need to come to a stop. And once you come to a stop in real life, everybody kind of forgets the seatbelt sign exists and stands up and start getting bags and that kind of stuff because they think they're at the gate. So we always make an announcement like, look, we're not at the gate just yet. Keep your seatbelts fastened, da 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 da. So we have a bit of a PA that we do for that. So it should work if I come to a stop and set the parking brake, I believe, or if I just come to a stop. I'm not sure. We're gonna try both. Thank you guys for all watching as well. Nice landing, Flights and Gaming. Thank you so much. We'll have a replay of that. It's a little bit firm, but as I said, I'd rather firm on touchdown zone on the center line than out in the water, and you greased it earlier. So our gate is Alpha 3. Let me go ahead and come to a stop here. We'll say we had to wait here for some reason. Flight decks, captain speaking. Currently not at the gate just yet. I'll actually sit in your seats and keep the seatbelts fastened until we get to the gate. Once we do get there, I'll have the seatbelt sign off and be free to move out the car. Thank you very much. I don't know if you guys heard that, but that's a certain streamer you may have heard of. I won't say who it is, but it should sound like a very, very familiar voice. So, anyways, it does work. I don't actually have to the parking brake. I just have to come to a complete stop. Anyways, let's go white needles on white out on that, and we'll go white out on that, and I'll turn that flight director off. That should have turned off actually by itself because I'm flight director's to the right, so this flight director should control both in this case. Anyways, we're close to the gate. Start APU. Is your altimeter okay? 0 feet? Seems like it's okay. The bit test is complete. Starting APU. I don't know if you guys heard that message as well, but hopefully it came through in the audio. Try to put the audio louder for you. Can't tell who it is, Crystal? I'll give everybody a little bit of a chance to tell who it is, and I'll come to us. I'll tell you who it is. A lot of heard there's a delay. Is there any truth to this? I think it has been. I don't know, and I can't confirm nor deny because I don't know, and I'm not able to even say yes or no. But I think so. Here's Alpha 3 here. Go ahead and turn our tax light off. A little bit of laggies going in here. Oh, getting a lot of stutters here for some reason though. Maybe it's my let's turn that off. Maybe a lot of traffic's in here or something. Anyways, left engine's APU's on. We'll go shut the left engine down. All right, parking brake set. The anti-ice is off. The APU has changed over to the electrics. Yes, it has. And as I said, the anti-ice is off. So, bus lever off. Seatbelt. Fuel pump. I said fuel pump. Hydraulic 3A. Unless if we're gonna take off again, we just do the 3A pump. Beacon light off.
BCA traffic, Jazz 786 about
steering switch
10
on.
miles out runway 19 river visual.
Transponder standby. Parking brake is already set. All right, the airplane is shut down, and we'd be ready to let everybody off. So we'll set the chocks. Oops, set the chocks. Sure, set the ground power. We'll open the door. We'll set it for gate configuration. Open the cargos as well. Notice the cargo doors are properly labeled: forward, center, aft, not what was before. And we'll set the ground power on. We'll stop the APU. cool. All right. Let me catch up with the comments here because I was missing quite a few of them. But we're going to do a replay. I'm going to get a quick little snack. And then we'll do a flight over. I'll keep the stream running so you guys don't have to get messed up with any streams and stuff. But and then we're going to do a flight from Toronto to Charlottetown. And the reason I'm going to Charlottetown is it's because there's an RNAV. Most of the approaches are RNAV only. And I'll show you how how we do an RNAV LNAV only approach with the new LNAV advisory VNAV feature. Talking too quick. Darkshire says, after Hans Hartman saw Emmy's stream yesterday and decided to do fixes for the bugs errors. Yeah, that's probably what it is. Shaq says, what's your opinion on the new Wing yoke? That thing looks awesome. I really want one, but it's probably gonna be like $2,000 or something. I don't know where to put it. I'd have to put it on like wheels or something so I can quickly take it out and put it back in if I need to do any other type of gaming or Airbus. But it looks awesome. Jfoot says, or I missed a lot of comments, was the FS Lab supposed to bring the Concorde to MSFS? I think they were supposed to. They haven't. They brought a 320 that no one wants. Pappy says, I shouldn't say that, but that's true. Pappy says, oh my god, Gesture 1. Yeah, Gesture in F-14 is terrible. In my opinion. I hate AI, though. Do you have any throttle quadrants or yokes? Do you have any throttle quadrants or yokes? And if so, which ones? Yeah, so I'm using the Thrustmaster Warthog, which is a fighter. It's modeled after the A10 Warthog. I do a lot of DCS, so I have that. I'm using the Boeing TCA Thrustmaster yoke. I have the Wing EFIS and FCU, both EFISs and FCU. I have a custom 737 FCP that someone 3D printed for me. I have the Wing MCDU. I have the Wing rudder pedals. And I have the Virpil Mongoose Warbird stick for DCS stuff as well. And that's about it. That's my setup. I think I have a setup video as well. I might make a new one. Dark says, I have the Fokker. Now I bought the MD-82. It is a reduced price. Which one should I learn first? Learn the one you want to learn. The one you like the most. I love the MD-82, so that one looks pretty cool. Place says, hand flight all the way through. Yeah, we did.
All passengers have left the plane.
Thank you. You have all landmarks for Washington, D.C., correct? You should go and look at the White House and Capitol in the White House. There are special persons. Yeah. I don't know if we'll put that on stream. AVH says, yeah, you're not on the right. Yeah, thanks for that. I caught that one earlier. Thank you for that one, by the way. All right, so no one can guess who that voice was in that little Easter egg then? Really? That kind of hurts me, guys. Yeah, that was me in there. I told him, like, you guys need a message for you don't get to the gate just yet. And he's like, do you have an audio file? And I sent an audio file, so they put me in the I am now in your CRJ forever. You will hear my voice if you come to a stop after a landing. Let's go ahead and disconnect from VATSIM. And we're gonna go ahead and show you the replay. Let's set it up for flap 45. Let's set it up with the engines on. Gears down, flap 45, reversers are already on. All right, let's try it out. Play. All right, so, oh, that's not good. My door. All right, let's set it back on the ground real quick. We'll close the door. Nothing to see here, folks. All right. Play. That little sound you're hearing. Oh, my chocks are in the air. Let's get rid of that. Removed. Play. Oh, the chocks are still there, but just pretend they're not there, guys. Billion cabin announcements going on. All right. I'm gonna pause and I'm gonna set up my view. And we'll go ahead and do that. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Let's make this faster. We'll turn that off. We'll speed that up. I'll press play so it can airplane get on its way here. Get the comments back up so I can see them. Alrighty. Front row, is the update legit getting pushed till next week? It seems that way. I don't know. I can't really confirm it as I'm not really sure. But I think so. listen, guys, if it is going to be deferred, I'm using a maintenance term. I shouldn't say if it's going to be pushed back. They do it only because when the plane comes out, they want you to have the best experience possible. So if it does get pushed back, it gets pushed back. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But that's the rationale behind it. It's in my opinion, I'd rather have a plane given to me when it's ready to be used. Because if you're just learning it, you won't know, is that a bug, is that correct, whatever, rather than a plane that doesn't quite work and you're having to deal with it. Why is my gear down? Or there we go. All right, here's the DCA river visual landing here. Put her down nice and firm. As I said, guys, the new one lands a lot closer to real life. It's kind of a bit droppy. There's kind of no ground effect now, but I'd rather have that than the old version, which would float like halfway down the runway. Much rather would have this. For also my other question, Boris sound work is V2 version do you have? But I agree rather, yeah, exactly. So the Boris does not work. That's because they've updated the audio files to my knowledge, and Boris just has to make an update on his end to get it to work, is what my understanding of that is. I believe it will eventually work, but currently it does not work. It's kind of funny the chocks are on, eh? So whereas the old one, you'd have to bring the power back at 100 feet and it would float halfway down. It's quite the opposite in this version. In this version, the airplane flies closer to what it does rear world, whereas depending on certain factors outside, or just your descent rate and your power and flare and all that, it will hit harder than you would have. Even sometimes in real life, you'd think you got it right in the bag. You hit the flare spot on, you're holding it off, and then it hits. The RJ is a little quirky in that way, is with the aft-mounted rear engines and the tiny little wings and the gear that has no suspension on it but a straight pull. It's a pretty tough bird to get to land properly. Is it modeled 100% correctly to real life? No, but not even the real sims at CAE are modeled correctly to real life like that. I mean, you can't replicate real life in a computer sim, right? So it just can't do it. But does it kind of give you does it emulate what it would kind of feel like to fly it? I think it does a better job doing that now than it did before, is my opinion on that. Yeah, I'm not going to comment on that one. But the general technique in rear world that we use, and it works quite well in the sim, is at 50 feet our eyes are going to go down the runway. Let's pause it here. At 40 feet, we're going to keep our descent rate going. We're going to keep that 3-degree glide slope. That's going to keep going off. But we're going to keep our descent path towards the 1,000-footers. At 30 feet, we're going to start reducing the thrust. 20 feet, start the flare. 10 feet, continue the flare, continue reducing thrust, and add any rudder if needed. So in my opinion, much better landing physics than the old version. That's just me. This feels to me like I'm having to do the necessary corrections to what I think. Now I am using custom yoke settings, which I'll show once again for you guys. But because the default is way too sensitive. So I'll show you guys that now. I'll go controls. These are the rudder pedal settings I'm using. This is the rudder left and right. These are the brakes. So take a picture of that if you want it. And the yoke settings are these two guys. X-axis is the roll. Y-axis is the pitch. That's what I'm using there. Take a screenshot of those. That's what feels the most real to me. If you don't like it, you don't have to use it. But that's what feels good to me. So for sure, figured so. Can't wait to get the update. Yeah, I think you'll like it. If we emulated one-to-one people's computers, would be fine. Exactly. Yeah. There's you can't even replicate the amount of changes in wind or pressure that you fly through, let alone all the physics behind the flying of it. Tooling to read is any good? Aerosoft doesn't have any very good reputation here. So Sean, to correct the question, this isn't an Aerosoft airplane. Hans Hartmann developed this airplane, like the ATR. So I know Aerosoft does get a lot of flack for it, but they actually have not touched a single piece of code for the development of this. So, but it is, in my opinion, good and worth it, and it's free for 2020 and 24. So to me, I love it. I'm probably biased to it because I fly at Real World, but I think it's a lot better than the old one. Is it Phoenix quality? No. Is it going to be better than the E-Jets from what I'm hearing? I'm going to say yes. In terms of system depth and that kind of thing. Is it perfect? Again, no. Does it work to be done? Yes. But it's a, in my opinion, big step up from the last update that we had a long time ago. So anyways, that's my opinion there. We're going to set up the flight for the next flight, which is Toronto to Charlottetown. Toronto to CYYG. Let me check the weather down there, make sure we can even go down there with without an NG. Charlottetown usually gets pretty nasty. All right, yeah, the weather down there, it's not really going to be too good for an LNAV only approach. So we might change it up to from Toronto to Windsor, which also has some RNAVs there. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Rose says, I'm just happy that my favorite bird is getting an update. Hopefully it paves way for more updates. Exactly. That's kind of what I'm looking at this as well. JL says, will you post a full tutorial for the CRJ-V2 like the descent and all that? I can. I do have 5 tutorials or 5 videos that have been posted on my channel today that are updated CRJ videos. I have an updated cold in the dark, an updated takeoff, an updated landing, and a little bit of a video montage and my top 5 features. Those are all on my channel right now in the new CRJ-V2 playlist that I just made. So go be sure to look at those as well. You know what we're going to do, actually? Let me see if I turned it on in my add-on linker. Flightbeam was very nice enough to send me their Minneapolis scenery. So maybe I'll use that. We'll kind of showcase that a little bit. You know what? It is turned on. So let's do Mini. I turn LaGuardia on. Maybe do Mini to LaGuardia. LaGuardia is turned on. Let's do that. And I'll just do, or I can do LaGuardia to Mini, actually. Let's do LaGuardia to Mini. And I'll show you an RNAV approach over there. MSP. All right, we'll kind of plug that in. And let's see if anyone does this route with an RJ. If they don't, that's fine. I'll just pick a random one. I really don't care. Looks like they do it with an Embraers. All right, we'll do We'll just do Endeavor or something. Oh, there, I couldn't find it. All right. I don't know where they park, but I'm gonna see a CRJ and pick the parking spot. I know we park somewhere over there. There's a CRJ. We're gonna park right here. All right, that's good enough for me. I'll catch up with the comments here. Y'all, for sure, just looking for a full tutorial from cold and dark to landing. You can use this stream as well. I mean, it might have been a bit quick and fast paced, but this stream was full cold and dark all the way to the landing as well. JFS is probably Delta. Yeah, I'm gonna go with those guys. And Fire says, bro is not using my FSTO liveries. No, I'm not. I don't think they'll even work anymore, to be honest with you. All the liveries will have to be remade. All right, and this one, we're going to do it from a turnaround state. Oh, you know what? I didn't update my nav data. So you know what I'm going to do? Is I'm going to update my nav data on the ground and quickly restart. So options, next page, check for updated nav data, and install update. I was really behind. Did that approach, which might have had some underlying problems that I'm not sure about. So you can do it right in the EFB now, guys. Pretty sweet. In my opinion, a brand new feature. You go ahead and quickly make a flight number for us. We're going to be Endeavor 1333. Why? Because I just picked it. That's basically it. And we'll do CRJ-900. KLGA. There we go. All right. It's been completed. I'm going to do aircraft. Let's do it from a turnaround state and restart. Advertising en route of 2 hours and 28 minutes. That's a nice little long flight. You guys want to ask any questions as well? 2 hours, that puts me at 5:30, 6:30, 7:30. Yeah, that should be good enough for me, I think. All right. Cool. All right, let's start getting ready. So we'll say we're in a turnaround state. Let's just make sure this is correctly set. So that's all good. Nav light should be on. That's all good. That should be auto, auto, auto. Restrict should be on. Low, low, on, armed. Oops. Person should be armed. Should be standby. Should be on, plus the on. All right, so we're pretty much in a turnaround state now for the most part. We're going to go ahead and reconnect to VATSIM. We're EDB at 1333. Oh, you know what? I didn't connect my new, or I didn't send my new pre-file, my new flight plan. Let's go ahead and do that. Hope you guys are enjoying this long stream today. Just going to showcase the airplane off as much as I can. All right, we're back on VATSIM, vPilot. And we're going to just lower the display brightness of that, a little bit increase of that. Pretty dark here. All right, let's get plugging away. We're going to say the last crew came in, and we're going to reset the IRSs, so go back to nav within 5 seconds. Position, next page. gonna quickly get this guy set up for us today. We're in KLGA. Going to KMSP. If you guys want to actually see, let me show you guys the EFB feature. So the last flight I did all manual, which is what we do real world. This time I'll show you how we import it. So flight plan, import, send to FMS, set payload. You can even view the OFP right here if you want to as well. There it is. Execute that. We got LaGuardia to MSP. And there's the alternate. Gale. Q&A, Woozy, Notic. So that's all good. So that's pretty sweet. Does it all for you. Pretty cool, I think. I won't do the SIDs and stars, so we'll plug in the SID first here. We don't have a ATIS at LaGuardia, but I think we have control. I'm not actually sure here. Let's go check VATSIM radar real quick. Anybody else's VATSIM radar kind of glitching out? Mine's not really actually showing me anything right now. It's been like this for a little bit now. Checking my phone. My phone works, my computer doesn't work. So anyways, we have no one controlling us at Newark or at LaGuardia, so we will just pick based off the weather. And it's what is it here, 10 at 4 knots. Probably using 13. That makes sense to me on the Newark 5 departure, so we'll click 13. And I'll just verify that the departure is the Newark 5. So I'm just closing a million tabs I have open right now. It says, yeah, I keep having to refresh to use search. Yeah, it's a bit strange. Yeah, direct gale, so Newark 5 will be expected. So we'll go ahead and execute that. And our arrival runway will be, or arrival, sorry, star will be Muscle 3 arrival. Muscle 3 via ITM. We'll execute that. All right, flight plan. Perf. Let's go over to the EFB again. We'll click performance. Oh, X that. Performance. It should have auto set everything. Set payload. So we'll press enter. Press set payload sim. Copy perf to FMS data. It's wet runway. Set the speeds. And well, that's pretty good. All right. Cruise altitude is 38,000. Followed by an alternate cruise of 6,000. Minus 37. Minus 40. We're doing headwinds all day today. Minus 41. Minus 40. Plus 7 degrees. We'll execute that. Next page. Estimated time of departure is going to be 2200. Reserve of 1655. Default taxi is 400 pounds. Perf, if VNAV is enabled, no flex because of the temperature. Yeah, we're below 10, so we'll be using the anti-ice wings and cowls on for taxi and takeoff. Our cruise. Speed 255.77. Make sure the fuel is set. Yep, 819. Oh, my flaps are in full from the last flight there. And we'll do 4 degrees VPA, radio, auto, MFD, we're flying from the right, VNAV on the right, on the left. What do you want? Hydraulic low press, yeah, thanks. Flight plan, copy active. Alright, that's all done. That's done. And MDA level off acceleration height is, set the altimeters, I believe it's 1100 in LaGuardia from memory. Just because of the extra bit of non-standard, it's a bit more than 1,000 above. Departure is 5,000 feet. And a heading of, I think it's 131. I'm going to check the chart real quick. Oop, my mistake. 134. I saw someone taking off on runway 31, which is kind of weird. Let me go ahead and use flight aware and see what they're using real world here. Yeah, they're departing. Oh, they're departing 31. Okay, we'll do 31 instead then. Departure arrival 31, and it's heading a 314. So this is one of those cases where we're not going to go speed mode, nav mode. We're going to go speed mode, heading mode, as we have nothing to follow in the FMS. All right. Go ahead and start the APU. Let's get our tug connected as well for GSX. AP bit test is completed. Everything's looking good. We'll start up the APU. How are you guys doing so far? Hope you're liking this longer stream format. If you haven't already, please press like and subscribe as well if you're brand new. Alright, the speed is set, MDA 5,000, heading is set, FMS is set and checked. We're going to do our HCP, which doesn't really do anything in the sim, but it's 7,002 for the length. And an elevation of 13 feet. Oops.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Awesome. Our radio, sorry, flight plan is just 1333. I know what airline I am. Radio next page 1333. That's actually okay. It did it for me. That's awesome. The APU is up and running. Electric page. Electric page. Awesome. We can disconnect ground power. It was never even connected. I don't know how we had power this whole time. Okay, it's been removed. I can't have no choice. And the stab trim of 6.4 again. That's kind of weird. The same trim. We're going to get the elevation of Minneapolis. So index, database, SP. Elevation of 842. So we're going to bring this number up to 850. Shift 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pretty close. 1, 2. Too far. 1, 2. Alright. 860. We want, let's see here. Nose left is what we're going to want.
Release parking brakes, please.
Back to the legs page. I'll kind of give you guys a very quick brief before we get off the gate here.
Release parking brakes.
He's going to be quite annoying. Let's do LaGuardia, Sid, Newark, not Newark, we're at LaGuardia. LaGuardia 5.
Release parking brakes, please.
LaGuardia 7, not 5. So LaGuardia 7, runway 31 is heading a 314 as assigned, expect, or as assigned, and to maintain 5,000 feet. The climb gradient, runway 31 is 300 feet per nautical mile. And 500 feet, so we want 334. Even if we're doing 200 knots in ground speed, we need 1,000 a minute. We could do that one engine, that's more than fine. Speed restrictions. If we're filed Biggie, Elliott, Lana, Newell, Pecky, Zimmel, let's check. I don't believe we are. No, we're not plan those. We're not flight plan those at all. It's a pretty straight shoot. Just take off 31 and get vectored. that's pretty much it. A pretty straight shot. It'll be a flex, be a full rolling bleeds open takeoff. The anti-ice wings and cowls on. Continuous ignition is off unless the rain gets more severe. Minimum visibility is more than fine, so we'll be good for that. Let's do the second part of this flow before we release these brakes. The doors are closed. Fuel pumps on. Steering is off. Beacon can get turned on. The transponder to number 2, and I'm just going to set 2000 back on that guy again. And we'll go parking brake release. Let me just get on the CTAF freak.
Release parking brakes, please.
So dot CTAF ALGA.
Release parking brakes, please.
Really wish I could tell him to just stop. ALGA is 18.7.
Release parking brakes, please.
Alright, let's go parking brake released. Make sure no one's behind us actually.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Alrighty. Pretty quick turnaround. Let's lower the brightness of that. What gate are we at again? 63. LaGuardia traffic is Endeavor 1333. We're pushing gate 63.
LaGuardia traffic, Delta 1077, a beat in the field on the left downwind for 22.
Alright, so we're pretty much going to be taxiing from the alley here. The spot 8 Alpha, Alpha. Actually, we'll do Alpha to Bravo or Lima. Yeah, either one. All the way down basically to Whiskey. Pretty much straight right. Go ahead and start up our engines here. We're going to clear to start number 2. Oh, I didn't get the hydraulics on the seatbelts. That's my fault there. You can tell we're rushing now. But that's what happens when you don't do the checklist. Obviously, real world. 2 people. Each person knows their flow, and we got checklists to go over. %, and 2, we're out of the fuel. Again, guys, there's no Boris sounds in this version just yet. I'm sure it will be updated.
Please set parking brakes.
To have it, I hope. Those Boris sounds are obviously amazing.
Unlocking gear.
Alright, let's stop the clock. Starting left.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Fuel on 1. And the starter cutout. We'll start the timer there. Ground crew, I believe, are clear with the signal received. They closed the little service panel door, which is good. We'll check the electrics. Make sure the engines have transferred over from the APU, which is good. And we'll select the APU to off, the power fuel switch to off, the aft cargo to the full on position. The anti-ice wings and cowls on. Oops, wings and cowls on, and the probe's on. Wings and cowls on because it's below 10 degrees with visible moisture, as in rain. So we'll select that all on for the taxi. Go ahead and check our rudder. Full left. Neutral, full right. Neutral. Status page, parking brake, taxi light. Boom. And obviously we've been given clearance to taxi. I wouldn't just be able to go, but we're gonna get going. So we're taxi, yeah, spot 8, next spot 9 actually. Spot 9 Alpha. Alpha Mike Bravo is the plan. LaGuardia traffic, Endeavour 1333, gonna be taxiing runway 31 via 9 Alpha, Mike Bravo, and short of whiskey. Endeavour 1333. Actually, it'd be short Zulu. Disregard short Zulu. I'll add that in there. Again, what I could do for taxiing is I can show you guys this chart, which actually is a pretty amazing chart. I love how all the planes here are showing up as RJs. Oops. There we go. So we're going to take... Let's see here. Whoop. I think that's chart. Yeah, so right turn Alpha. There's an Air Canada Express CRJ. So right turn Alpha, left turn on Mike.
1077, 7 mile final runway 22 LaGuardia.
Having used quite a bit of brake with these wing anti-ice and cal anti-ice on. Okay, so you've made the left turn, or right turn there. We're going to take a left turn on Mike, and then right turn on Bravo. Here's the left on Mike coming up. Got 64 likes. That's incredible, guys. Thank you guys for watching and still staying tuned in from the last flight as well. Really appreciate that. I'm going to slow down a little bit so we can take this left turn here on Bravo. A little bit of laggies. Clear left.
LaGuardia traffic, Delta 1077.
Kind of. Can't really see. Clear right.
LaGuardia.
I like how LaGuardia doesn't have the turn-in lines. It's just straight 90-degree angles for the turns.
LaGuardia traffic, Brigade 4445, taxiing runway 13 via Bravo, Papa, crossing runway 22, LaGuardia traffic.
Last call, are you taxing 3-1 or 1-3?
13.
Okay, we'll be taxing 3-1, just keep us advised.
Roger.
Gotta keep an eye out for that guy. He's gonna be opposing takeoff here. Alright, let's do our takeoff checks here. It's gonna be a flap 20 takeoff, actually. So set the new speeds for that. And flight control page. There's whiskey. We're gonna go all the way down to Zulu. Full left. Neutral, full right. Neutral, full down. Neutral, full up. Neutral.
LaGuardia traffic, Delta 1077, 2 mile
And
final,
88. Legs. Flaps 20 set required. LaGuardia traffic, it's Endeavour 1333, lining up runway 31, line up and wait 31, Endeavour 1333. Line up check, strobe on.
Brigade 4445, clear off 22 LaGuardia.
Another airplane coming in there at 31, or sorry, on 22. Hope that guy doesn't go anywhere else. We'll go ahead and box the stat messages. We're happy with that. Rain's not really too severe out here, so we're going to keep the condition off. Takeoff, takeoff. Takeoff config okay. Yes, it is. Traffic inbound to LaGuardia. What's closest final? My little iPad feature here.
I think you just landed. You're good.
Okay, it's Endeavour 33, line up runway 31. We're departing 31, LaGuardia 7 departure. Runway heading.
And LaGuardia traffic, Frontier Flight 3133, lining up runway 31, LaGuardia.
Ready to go. Lights on, lab check complete. Toga. Ronnie, welcome to the stream, my friend. You missed the last stream. If you want to go and watch it later on, we did a flight from Toronto to DCA. Now we're doing a flight from LaGuardia to Minneapolis. 80 knots checked. Got a little bit of right aileron for the wind input here. Glad we're doing a flap 20 takeoff. Although I think these speeds are on V1 rotate.
4445, landing up runway 13, LaGuardia.
Oh, please don't line up. Okay, I'm gonna pitch a little harder than.
And that traffic that's lining up 13.
You're up.
I'm on the runway right now. I'm at runway 31.
Speed mode.
31 is in use.
Climb 154 heading mode.
Yeah, sorry about that. No worries.
I'm gonna hand fly this one out a little bit more, guys, since there's no ATC. I can do whatever I want, really. At 600, so we're knocking our on the auto throttle, or we're knocking our on the autopilot.
Correction, bring up 4445.
Passing our level off height, I'm gonna nose down. I'm gonna use the sync button, which I have a whole video on. It's a sync button. It's called Flight Director Sync. So I'm gonna nose down manually, and when I get to the speed that I want, I'm gonna press the sync button. I'll show you kind of how it works. If I press it now, notice it says climb 172. Now it says climb 175, and the flight director is gonna change for that as well. Let's go flap 8, because we did a flap 20 takeoff. Wings and cowls are already on. Flap 1. I'm going to clear myself to 8,000 feet.
How far are you out from the airport? We got 4445, clear
Flap
off
0. Sync, climb 204, pitching up.
Frontier Flight 3133, departing runway 31.
Climb thrust.
We got 4445.
And we'll do the after takeoff checks here. Off.
LaGuardia traffic, Endeavour 4952, CRJ-900, descending on the harbor for arrival about 40 miles to the north, inbound ILS 22, LaGuardia.
Go normal. Oop, not that. Normal. And we're gonna pitch down now to get our 250 knots. I'm gonna manually pitch down. Autopilot's still off. Keep saying auto throttle. Let's go direct. I'm gonna give myself a cut. Go direct mills in there. Execute. Nav is available. The needle is transferred over. Nav mode, FMS2 is captured. So I'm staying under the flight director because the flight director is giving me climb 204. I want climb 250. So I'm staying under the flight director as best I can. I'm trying to stay on the lateral portion though, however. So we're just nicely slowly accelerating for 250 knots. We're now tracking towards Milson with FMS2 captured. We're going to start pitching up, and let's click our sync button, climb 249, pretty close. I'll just match that up with 250. And now I just got to maintain my flight directors. So that's the sync button. That's how the sync button works. I have a whole video on it on flight director sync. That's what we do real world if we're hand flying as well. I'm going to clear myself all the way up to 38,000 feet. Now, in real life, you can't fly above 29,000 feet. Let's get a little bit lower in my pitch here. Because after 29,000 feet, you are in RVSM airspace, and therefore the autopilot must be on as a requirement. But we'll hand fly up to that point. And we're above 230 knots. Let's get the wing anti-ice off. It's not really giving me climb 250, so I'm going to pitch up a tiny bit more than what it says there. Flight vectors are also, it seems, very sensitive. They move quite erratically and quite quickly which is kind of strange. There's 10,000 feet, so I'm going to accelerate by nosing down to about roughly 1,500 feet a minute or so. And I'm just going to bug, 280, but I'm just going to manually accelerate up to it. Oop, I went a little bit too nose down. Let's start pitching back up, nice and gentle. That was my mistake there. That's doing two things at once. That's why it's nice to have a pilot monitoring and a pilot flying. Alright, climb 280, FMS2, engage the autopilot. Whoa, let's disengage the autopilot. Yeah, this is a bug that happens when you have, I don't know really what causes this, but I'm happy I got this on film. I think it happened to A330 driver as well, where you turn the autopilot on and the trim whacks itself off right up to the nose up trim. I'm gonna try it one more time. Still does it. Disengage. So what fixed this for me last time is going heading mode. We'll center that up. Engage the autopilot. Try again. Engage the autopilot. Nope. Doesn't like that either. Let's go back down. We're gonna go vertical speed. And we're gonna set, let's see, let's do about 2,600 a minute or so. We'll try it again. Autopilot on. Nope. That doesn't work either. Let's try turning the flight directors off. And we're gonna click speed mode, nav mode, autopilot on. Okay, let's try with a different direct point. Nope, still trying to kill me. There was something I did last time that fixed it. I hope you're not serving sandwiches. Yeah, there's a certain way. I don't know why it does it though. But I'm glad I got this on recording now, so then Hans can kind of see what happened here. Maybe the sync button. Maybe it just doesn't like me syncing. It could be it. I'd like to put on the autopilot. You know what? I'm gonna turn the autopilot on and trim the hell out of it. See if that works. Trim, 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 trim. Nope, because it'll disconnect the autopilot. Yeah, it just sets like a ridiculous takeoff, or such a ridiculous trim setting. Turn the probes off now. We don't need. Okay, ice light. All right, we'll turn it all on. Wings and probes. There you go. I really don't want to hand fly this whole way. Let's go barrow. Transition. See if I give it a second to kind of adjust. No, it'll just try to kill me, eh? Yep, it's just gonna try to kill me. Well, I'm gonna have to stop the stream a little short there, guys. But what I can do, if it doesn't come back online, is maybe I'll bring up FS Flight Control. And we can practice some landings on stream if you guys want to see the new landing physics and kind of how it works. I can do that. I'm just gonna smash a bunch of buttons here. Nah, let's try left side. Oh! Did I figure it out? Okay, I think I figured it out. Let's try again. I saw the trim starting to decrease, so now, because we're so slow, I think I found the bug out. We changed over to, let's go back to heading. And we'll just go VS, whatever. Go VS 1000, something like that. I changed over to the left flight director. Let's go ahead and give that a try. We'll engage autopilot. Aha! Kind of better. Let's go speed mode, climb 280. And nav. And we'll just kind of go back to stomp. Alright, crisis averted. And we'll throw the wing anti-ice off now. So that's how you fix that. Look at that. Yeah, I've already cycled the flight director's J-foot, but what did it was bring the flight director to the left side from the right-hand side. Now it's flying in the middle of nowhere. Let's see what it does now. Buffy. Execute.
LaGuardia traffic, Endeavor 4952, about 20 miles to the north inbound island.
If you guys can timestamp that for me, I'll write to Hans when to go watch it. I've had that bug sometimes, but I never could replicate it. So I wasn't able really to show it all that much, but I'll go ahead and show them that now. I'm going to go ahead and switch to Flight Director 2. FMS 2, climb 280. Alright. Airplane, I think, wants to behave now. Let's turn airports off. Gonna hit 280, just gonna start nosing on up. What's up, Matt? How's the bird treating you? Should we look forward to having this updated version? Yeah, well, other than the bug I just had right there, that hopefully will be addressed now that I found how to kind of actuate it. I'm loving it. It's much better than the last one, that's for sure. So hopefully more fixes are on the way, but much better in my opinion. We got a quick snack as the airplane climbs away. We're above 10,000, so we can go 10, pressure, belts auto is fine, and we're good to go. I'll be right back. Alright guys, I am back with the crisis averted. Gonna have to make some food here. Pretty hungry. Let's see. Expecting 9:52. That doesn't make sense. Well, we're gonna get going. Let's see. Legs page. 40, 30, 40. Yeah, pretty significant distance still to go. So I have enough time to make some food. I'll leave you guys here. Alright guys, I'm back, and what I'm going to do is actually make a pizza. I got some flatbread, so I'm going to dice up some pepperoni and all that kind of stuff, throw it on. We've got a pretty big long cruise ahead of us, so 6,000 to go until we're at cruising altitude at 38,000. Thanks, Jetpot. No worries. That's going pretty well. We had a bit of a bug out of LaGuardia, but we've sorted it out. The aeropilot just wanted the trim to nose up, killing trim, but fixed it. Setting the flight director to the other side, and disengage, re-engage. And I'll be sending Hans the report and showing him the showing him that part of the video. Hopefully, he'll be able to fix it up for us. Yeah, that approach is always fun in a DCA, that's for sure. Always a fun approach. And now I'm gonna make some pizza. So you guys are going to notice that, and this happens in real life too, is this airplane, because it's set to climb 7.7, it's going to oscillate its climb quite a bit from 700 a minute, 1,000 a minute, 500 a minute, 1,200 a minute. It's going to keep chasing that speed. So sometimes what we do in real life is just kind of set the median point, just set vertical speed 700, and instead of it getting the most potential and having to re-speed up for that, it's just going to be one constant climb. In real life, it will do that. It will teeter-totter. But for this say, so I'm just going to keep it on climb 7.7 because I'm going to be going in and out of the kitchen. EasyJet says one of the new versions coming out. I believe it's been delayed a week now because of the bugs A330 driver experienced in 2024. So I think that's going to be coming out next week, if I'm not mistaken now. Could be wrong, but that's the talk of around the town. Max says, or Maxell says, why were not those bugs found during the beta test? Just curious. So I never tested 24. Some of the things that were brought up, like the chime light not having a light, this actually doesn't have a light, so that's not a bug. So there's just things that were also incorrect, but 24 might have brought new bugs that I never seen. I only have it in 2020, so for me it was working quite okay. Also, I never fly in Europe. I'm North American based, so I fly out here. 330 drivers flying out in Europe, and to my knowledge, the CRJ has to be coded for every single airport that it goes to. Now, obviously, the RJ has been in development forever, from P3D and all that kind of stuff, and ported over. So I think that database had already been done. But I guess 330 driver found an airport where the Loxon capture and all sorts of stuff, and I had never experienced that in all my 6 months of testing it. So another point to that, Max, is the beta team is volunteers. We're not paid, so it's not like, you know, we're dedicated to doing this all the time. I test when I have time, and I'll do a flight here or there. I'll do some landings. I'll do some setups and approaches and some FMS stuff and that kind of thing. But that's kind of it, really. That's at least what I'm going to say about it. Derby says, wait, I thought it wasn't being released until tomorrow. Am I okay to go get it now? I have a previous license. It's, I believe, being delayed a week due to 330 drivers stuff. So I don't know about anything. I can't comment. I can't confirm and say yes it is or no it isn't, but that's the rumor around town. So I just test things, and that's kind of it. Finally making it the 38.0, and we're planning a 7.7 cruise anyways. He just says, how do you become a beta tester? The beta team is pretty much full now. He's not really taking anybody else, but in my case, I just say, hey, I fly it in real life if you want my help. So I just advise him on what things should do. He can take my advice or he cannot take my advice. It's all about what he can do workload-wise and coding-wise. Alright, we're going to level off here, and we're about 1,800 pounds per hour on the fuel flow. Should keep us pretty stable on the speed. Looking quite good. It's coming down a little bit. Let's make sure it, yeah, looks pretty stable. Alright, top of climb. Supposed to do it in 25 minutes, did it in 23, that's great. Plan top of climb is, well, that's not right. Let's go down here. Oh, so another thing I found, I just found it by doing this, is the, I should have checked this in the ground, but the set payload feature sets the weight. It doesn't set the fuel, so that's something I just learned about it. So we're gonna go ahead and cheat, and obviously in real life our before takeoff, our before start checklist will cover fuel, and we'd obviously make sure we have enough fuel in the sim. I'm not using a checklist, so. But yeah, set payload doesn't set fuel, just the payload, and I just learned that now. I swear it set the fuel before. I thought before it was a set payload and fuel button, but either way. You know, for next time, that's what that button does. Yeah, April Fool's Day. Yeah, that would be quite funny, actually. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Was finally allowed to showcase the new RJ. Going quite well. A couple bugs here and there, but in my opinion, a lot better than what it used to be before. There's a bug right there. Shouldn't be giving that any of that information. How's the new logic for speed mode and stuff? No problem so far. There had a bit of a bug with the autopilot wanting to kill me a little earlier, but when you engage it, it pitches up to like 20 degrees nose up. But I've had that bug before and I reported it. It's being investigated still. So yeah, well, I'm happy I got it on camera here, so I can record it and send it over to them. Other than that, it's doing quite good. It's not going to be Phoenix level, of course, but it's better than the previous version, and it's free, so I'm happy with that. Guys, I'm just preparing a pizza in the oven, so I'm just setting up the cutting some onions to put on it. But when I come back, I'll have about 10 to 12 minutes, and I want to run through the changelog with you guys. I'll be making I'll try to cut this so then I'll be able to record it and make a video of it as well. Don't know why I have speed armed there. I've never seen that. I'm gonna click speed, see what happens. Okay, there we go. That was strange. Anyways, we're going to show you the changelog so you guys can see everything that's changed in this version of the sim, or version of the airplane, I should say. I missed some comments here. So, Epoxy, howdy mate, how's it going? Pretty good. Hope all is well. Sneaky, welcome to the stream as well. So it's pushed to April Fool's then. Yeah, pretty. Yeah, that's what I've heard. I could be wrong. Isaac says good stuff. Just got back from the sim. Busy week ahead of me. Awesome. Yeah, how's it going? You're done the I4S. So you're doing the instructor now, or are you doing the? Are you doing ATPL stuff? Isaac says 77 likes. 77 likes. Big time streamer. No, yeah, I love that. Mathis says it's not delivery, it's Delicio, exactly. No, I've actually got some flatbread pizza and I put some oil on it, small on the base, small on the top, some tomato sauce. I've got some fresh mozzarella, I'm gonna put that on top, and then what else we got? Some pepperoni, and put some onions and call it a day. MCC now? Oh, congrats, man. Well, good luck with that one. Kevgo says, hi, is that true, Wild? Yeah. If it's true about the update, then yeah, that's the rumor, yeah. So it looks like it's holding the speed quite... We're in a slight decel trend. I'll bump the thrust up just a tiny bit. I'll be right back. I'm going to cut the onion, put it on the pizza, and I'll come back and show you guys the changelog. I just says, if you want cuts tomorrow, going to be fun? Yeah, exactly. Have fun with that one. 7 minutes, and we're going to check up on that pizza. While that's doing that, I'll pull up the changelog here, and I'll try to show you. He's just as I'm going to head off. Love what you do. Enjoy the rest of the day. Yeah, you as well, my friends. Thanks for joining in, and thanks for being part of the stream. Just gotta spawn it, or not spawn it, just gotta log in with my email here to access it. If you guys want as well, Skymaster 1 is streaming as well. He's taken off in the MD-11. If you guys want to go check out Skymaster 1, he's also flying right now. Good buddy of the stream. Go show him some love, tell him I sent you there. So CFI says hi. We'll know who it is, I hope. Sign in. It's giving me some problems here. Really can't thank you guys enough today. We were almost at 80 likes, and yeah, I think that's a high record for the stream. So really appreciate you guys watching. Hope you guys are getting hyped up for the RJ. It's not going to be the end-all be-all update in the world, but it's definitely going to be a massive difference, at least in my opinion, with more to come as well. So yeah. Sneaky says, now we just need a 200. No, you do not want a 200. That thing's a piece of junk. Gubbo says, as long as it doesn't wander during cruise, the rocking would make me sick. Almost looks fixed to me, though. Yeah, the LNAV has been addressed quite a bit. Quite a bit. Alright, guys, so I'm going to show you guys the changelog. Hans has allowed me to show this, so if you have a problem with it, talk to Hans. We're going to start with the current version I'm using right now. Let's bring this down here. Okay, and you should see it now. So this is the changelog to the CRJ V2. I hope you guys can see it okay. And I'm gonna go through it real quick, make sure VATSIM's all good, or speed's still good. Okay. So the one I'm using right now, just today, already got improved DME arc entry, disabled VR auto tune, improved sequencing for the ILS that 330 driver had a problem with, fixed Embry flight number. This is all stuff that was done today. That was a couple days ago. This is everything that's been fixed in V2. Alright, that's version 1. Actually, does it go further than this? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, so right here is 200. So I believe this is everything so far. You can see quite the update that's happening with this airplane. It would take you a while to go through it all, but that's all that. So hopefully you guys can see that when someone says nothing's changed or updates crap or whatever, contact me. Just kind of keep an eye out that there was a lot of work done to this airplane that are behind the scenes that a lot of people don't know about. So just keep that in mind. All right, Toronto Center wants to be on 25775. 125.775. Coming up. We're just going to say Toronto Center, Endeavour 1333, flight level 380. That's all we're going to say to those guys. Heaney baby, welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a good day. Oh, as well, welcome to stream as well. What would you say is the most significant change version 2? I like the new landing physics the best, and I actually made a video on my channel called the top 5 best features of CRJ version 2, so you can go check that out, and I have more of them in there. But I think the landing and the LNAV is a lot better, and even the takeoff technique with the FMS 1 capture at 400 feet is much better now too. Toronto Center, Endeavour 1333, flight level 380. There's my alarm going off right in the middle of an ATC call.
Endeavour 1333, Toronto Center, hello, clock 4606.
4606, sorry about that, was my pizza alarm. There we go.
Shit, 2507, speed 200 or less.
200 or less, what's that, 2507? I want to beat them in.
Alright, let's go check my pizza out. We're going to set another 4 minutes.
Toronto Center, good evening, Air Canada 33 heavy on the ground, Toronto Pearson with information.
Devil says, whoa, landing? Yeah, the landing physics have been changed, so instead of the old one where it used to float forever, the new one is a lot more slammy, which is what the real airplane should feel like. But yeah, I have a new landing technique video. I'll wait for this guy here.
303 Charlie Mike.
A new landing technique video, new takeoff technique video, cold and dark start video, a little bit of montage video, and my top 5 features. That all came out today. 5 brand new videos for you guys. I pre-recorded before I was able to share them.
Toronto Center, 856. Canada 856, Toronto Center. How are you reading me now, sir? Canada 856, readability 4. Very good. We're with you, climb in 360. Canada 856, Rogers, clock 4027. 4027, Canada 856. Westjet 2507, turn left heading 330 to
Awesome, okay, well, thank you for that.
Left
Hope you enjoyed them.
Down at 3000, Westjet 2507.
Okay, even 3, Charlie Mike, turn left, direct saver on course.
Some stutters here for some reason, I don't know why.
Air Canada 856, identify passing flight level 343, Toronto information, Foxtrot. We have Foxtrot, Canada 856, thank you.
Flight Sim Gaming, welcome back. We're going to Minneapolis. This airport was given to me by Flight Beam. So big thanks to them. And I'll leave a link, actually. Let me edit my description. You guys can go and purchase it for yourself. I don't have any affiliate or anything link, but it'll just be a link to their website.
WestJet 2507, turn left heading 270 to intercept, clear Dallas runway 24 left approach.
But the little I've used of it looked really, really cool. And we're going to go in there and check it out.
24 left approach, WestJet 2507.
Toronto Air Canada 33, how are we looking for that clearance?
Canada 33.
Alright, it's now in the description for Flight Beam Minneapolis, so feel free to go take a look at the airport if you want it. If you want to pick it up. Big thanks to them for sending it over. They also sent me Washington Dulles, which I'll be doing a flight in there later on as well sometime. And Flight Sim Gaming, you'll be happy to know I got a fresh pizza in the oven. I don't have any dough, so I had to use flatbread, but some fresh mozzarella on it. All I need now is a ginger ale. Alright guys, so the speed's pretty stable. I'm gonna go take my pizza out of the oven and come back to you. That's crazy. Yeah, it is. It says ginger ale for the win. Yeah, exactly. But looking pretty stable in the speed. Everything's going quite nicely. So, and as you can see, guys, Yelnav's been pretty good this entire stream, and I've been streaming for quite a while now. So, yeah, looking pretty good. So definitely a very welcomed update to the RJ, and it's gonna get more love, is what I've been told. It's not the final one. Ginger is my favorite soda. I don't know what that is. So Swappies? Exactly, I know what it is. Join the pizza, see you back. Yeah, I'm just gonna grab it and I'll bring it here. So I'm just gonna go make sure it doesn't burn real quick. Be right back.
WestJet 2507, wind 260 at 13, gusting 25, cleared to land runway 24 left.
Clear land 24 left, WestJet 2507.
Air Transat 841, turn left heading 330 to send 3000.
DJ0 dot, Transat 841.
All you guys that are new to the stream as well, I have controls that I put in my Discord. I'm going to be updating them. Don't set the neutrals that are in those pictures in the training resources section, but I have custom controls that I'll be showing you in this video when I can pause. That makes the airplane fly so much more realistic.
Echo Alpha, Echo Hotel Cross 15 left. Ultra 23 there, Spencer Corridor.
Just better tasting, in my opinion. Ginger beer is the way to go through a little strong. Yeah, that's fair. Fair enough.
Air Transat 841, turn left heading 270 to intercept, cleared Alice runway 24 left approach.
I think you guys were gone, but let me see if I can pull it back up. I was showing the change log. Let me get my pizza and I'll show you guys the change log if you want to see it again. If anyone wants to see the change log of this airplane, leave a comment you want to see it. I just showed it a bit earlier though.
Over to Unicom 3, show my 6
Westjet 2507, welcome to Toronto, cross runway 24 right, turn right on Charlie.
Cross 24 right, then right on Charlie, Westjet 2507.
Transat Air Canada 618, ready for taxi, information Foxtrot.
Canada 618, runway 23, it is Foxtrot, altimeter 2963, taxi Alpha Kilo, Alpha Hotel.
Runway 23, via Alpha Kilo Alpha Hotel 2963, Air Canada 618.
Canada 620, also ready for taxi with Foxtrot and MVP 1.
Canada 620, roger, runway 23, it is Foxtrot, altimeter 2963, follow the Air Canada 8321 ahead of you, taxi via Alpha Kilo, Alpha Hotel.
Follow company Alpha Kilo Alpha Hotel, Air Canada 620. Air Canada 212, ready for taxi.
Canada 212, runway 23, it is Foxtrot, altimeter 2963, follow the company 320 ahead, taxi via Alpha Kilo, Alpha Hotel.
Follow the 320 Alpha Kilo Alpha Hotel with Foxtrot,
Westjet 2507, taxi Terminal 3 via Charlie Alpha Alpha Juliet.
Charlie Alpha Alpha Juliet, Westjet 2507, thank you.
Air Transat 841, the wind's 260 at 14, gusting 20, clear to land, runway 24 left.
Clear down 24 left, Transat 841.
Alright, I am back.
856, when ready, descend flight level 240.
And it looks like the seatbelt signs are actually working. They didn't before, but notice the seatbelt sign has been turned off there. So it looks like that works now. One of those Air Canada 620, I think his Air Canada 620 requested a NAVDA 1 departure, which I don't know why you would request that using NAVDA 2 noise abatements. What everyone does, but unless it's NAVDA 1 required. Lewis, would it be able to make a proper ILS approach? Yeah, I can show you a proper ILS approach for sure. Whatever you guys want to see.
Wind 2709, gusting 16, clear for takeoff from 23.
Call you in the air, clear for takeoff 23.
No, I'm not using Boris because Boris is broken in the new update because they changed the audio files in the new update, so Boris has to make an update on his end to make it work, is the understanding that I have of that. But I believe he'll be working on it to get Boris. I believe Boris will be working to make it work. yeah, the audio is not as great as Boris, of course, but I'm sure it'll come up shortly. Once he gets access to it, hopefully it doesn't take too long. Isaac, WASP isn't really built into the airplane a lot. You can turn on VNAV, like you go to options. Next page, you can turn on coupled VNAV, but there's no LPV in this airplane in the sim at all. So even if you had the option, you can't really use it. I don't pronounce your name, but Innerin? Sorry, that was probably terrible. I'm gonna call you Ren. Sorry about that. Hello, welcome to the stream. If you're brand new, I think you are. Welcome. Thanks for joining us today. This flight from LaGuardia to Minneapolis. And we did a flight earlier in this stream, if you weren't here, from Toronto to DCA. That went pretty well. Nice to shoot the river visual into 1.9. Isaac says, oh yeah, MS don't simulate WAS, I think. Yeah, probably not. But I know the Phoenix can do LPV, so it has WAS capability. And I think the iFly Max can as well.
Air Sprint 642, Toronto Center identified, climb level 230.
Climb 230, Air Sprint 642.
Air Canada 618, line up runway 23.
Line up 23, Air Canada 618.
Looks like they're using the 30s in many right now as well. Expecting to get 30 right. We're still quite a ways away, but I'm going to do my I'll do our descent planning around 400 or so miles. Flight Simulator says, anyone having issues with the iFly Max and auto throttle when landing? Don't know how to fix this? What's the issue? I haven't flown in a long time, but what's the issue? Aaron says, is CRJ-2 better capturing an ILS? For me, it's been no problem. I know a 330 driver had a problem in Europe. The thing I know about this is that Hans was saying that this airplane, every airport and approach it goes into is manually coded. So it's kind of impossible for the beta team to test every single airport possible. But as people fly it more and things are found, you'll probably uncover some bugs. But for the airports I go to up in North America, I have had no issues. There was an issue in the beta testing where it would early low capture, but that got fixed about 3 weeks ago. So, Flight Simulator says it auto just spools up about 30 feet above the runway. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't fly it all that much. I guess it depends on the pit. If it's sensing a big pitch action, I'm not sure. I'd have to see it in action. You probably asked us a bunch, but how good is the system depth ever since the new update? I mean, it's better. I think it went up a good like 5 to 10%. It's still nowhere near like it's still not going to be like a study level sim or whatever you want to call it. But it's a hell of a lot better than before, especially with the takeoff logic works correctly. The landing physics are better. The LNAV track's a lot better. The VNAV has an advisor VNAV snowflakes better with the advisor VNAV numbers better too, calculating at that. Already beautiful airplane, love it. I'm learning it's still FMS. Awesome. Well, I have a lot of videos on my channel to learn it, so I think I have a full DCA visual video that you can use as well. So feel free to use it.
Charlie Alpha for Juliet, transmitting for okay.
Kevo says, I'm the person who landed the plane without gears. Oh, okay, I remember that. Yeah, the new one does have a gear warning horn, so you get below 500 feet with more than flap 20 in the gear up, it'll give you a landing gear warning horn, so that's been added as well. Lewis says, I trust that they will fix the holds. It is only a matter of time. Yeah, they're gonna fix everything. It's just the problem with this airplane, the real problem with this airplane is it's one developer and he doesn't have access to all the documentation of the airplane. So one developer alone is already terrible because now you have to do everything by yourself. The flight model guy isn't there anymore, so it's a lot of work for one person. There is a passion in the project, but it just takes time.
Center Canada 618, passing 2,300.
Canada 618, Toronto Center identified, climb level 230.
Climb level 230, Canada 618.
Canada 618, turn left direct saver on course.
Direct saver on course, Air Canada 618.
All right, back. I just says, when is it releasing for the public, or we don't know yet? It's supposed to be tomorrow, but I believe that's changed because of A330's driver's experience on 2024. So I think it's changed next week or something. All right, beautiful airplane, love it. Sorry, I read that one. I find it says, as long as it doesn't fly SS 152 on takeoff landings. If you leave the default yoke settings, it will. If you use custom ones that I have or your own, it shouldn't. And I'll display the custom yoke settings on the ground. You guys have to remind me, but show them. I showed it at the beginning of this video as well. If you go all the way back to the beginning, it's there. But just remind me at the end, and I'll add it as well. CWA says, okay, so it's become a really solid point A to a really solid A to point B kind of plane. Basically, yeah. It's a better A to B airplane than it was. I'm the person who, yep, read that one. Campbell says, okay, I'm hyped for this now. Awesome vids. Thank you very much. Who says, I trust that they will fix. Covered that one. Aaron says, you've had great tutorials. I used 4 hours on Saturday to take notes of what you're saying and pushing buttons. Yeah, nice. Hopefully it's good. I have like 4 papers full now. Awesome. You should see my, when I went through the RJ typewriting, I have like a whole notebook just of RJ stuff. Tons of it. Isaac says, man, you don't know how the shared cockpit flights would... Yeah, it would be so much better. It helped you? Sorry, I read that wrong. I thought you were going to talk about the RJ. Man, you don't know how the shared cockpit flights we did helped me with MCC. My partner is still struggling with multi-crew and SOP. Yeah, the multi-crew stuff, if you can do that in sim, you're way ahead. Glad to help, though. Meet was... Okay, there you go, I read it. Why does it say climb when you at cruise? It's a bug. It's supposed to be giving advisory VNAV for what's coming up, and it should say descend. And I've noticed that using the direct intercept function for direct screws it up. And the other thing I've noticed is once you pass the waypoint, the next one on restriction, it kind of wakes itself back up and knows what it should be doing. Isaac says, how much for the plane? I believe it's going to be 50 US, I think. I'd have to check. I'm not actually too sure, actually. But you get, I believe after the new update comes out, you'll get the 500, 700, 900, and 1000 all with one pack for 50 US, and it's for 24 and 2020. Jamesy says, I would rather have it delayed till next week to give it more... Exactly. I honestly want it delayed forever. Just get it, like, study level. But obviously that's not going to happen. But Isaac says, oh yeah, even the RJ stuff are OCP mix of Jazz, Sungwing, and Porter, haha, so there's some stuff when I read... That makes sense. Yeah, exactly. Simple Takeoffs, welcome. Well, glad to help there, Isaac, as well. Also, guys, be sure to go subscribe and watch Simple Takeoff and Flight Sim Gaming, who are also streamers as well. And Skymaster1, my good buddy, is streaming currently. So go over to Skymaster's one stream and go say hi to him and say I sent you. Say CFI says hi. He hopefully knows who it is.
Flight level 370, Air Canada 618.
I sure hope Hans fixes this thing before release. Yeah, I mean, even if there's some bugs here and there in the release version, it's not like he's gonna, from my knowledge, give it up. He should be continuing updating on it now that there's kind of love for it. So I think the update does have to come out eventually. So get it as polished as possible, push it out, and then just keep updating as you go. Is my opinion, just so people can have it in their hands and start using it. I'm gonna get another pizza slice.
Canada 212, Toronto Center, identify, flight level 230. Canada 212, turn left direct, Sabre on course.
Left direct, Sabre on course, right Canada 212.
All right, I'm back. Let me catch up with the comments here.
Canada 620,
I mean, it's been 4 years, a week or two doesn't really exactly. Was DoorDash arriving? No, I just made a pizza with flatbread pizza, some tomato sauce, a little olive oil, tomato sauce, and pepperoni and some onion. Threw it in there.
For Canada 620.
For instance, one question: the tutorial you make, the one I watch, it's a 2-hour one. The VNAV button when you descend, you used VS. I'm not so good with airplane, but if you should use So in real life, the VNAV sucks. That's short answer to that. But also, the VNAV is really good for descend via. If you've been given descend via the star, VNAV is great for that in the CRJ. The VNAV is not sophisticated really too much for descend 15,000, descend 13,000, descend 10. It's not really good at vectored altitudes. So real world, unless we get a descend via, we're just using a vertical speed.
Yep, 160.
That when TOD is coming up, yeah. Simple Takeoffs makes a $699 donation. Thank you for that. I mean, you and Flight Sim Gamer donate. You guys don't have to donate. I mean, we'll just go to Zets or something. We'll chill over there. You can buy me some tzatziki sauce. We gotta get this stream to 100 likes. Yeah, man, we're almost there. Pretty close. I'll give your comment a like, though, that's for sure. So thank you for Simple Takeoff for that. Be sure to go check out his channel, guys, as well. Simple Takeoff, Flight Sim Gaming. James says, does the plane still do that flappy wing thing when the plane taxi? Yeah, I believe it does. But I mean, to me, from like coming in from like a real world perspective, I don't really care. I kind of just care about the flight deck and what happens in the flight deck. Yeah, the model would be cool if someone like makes videos or you want to stream it and see it, but in my opinion, the systems and flight modeling is where the meat and potatoes are. Should it get fixed? Yeah, I agree with you, but I think later on, I don't think it's high priority. My pledge to Simple Takeoff, so I really appreciate that. Aaron says you should come to Norway and fly the CRJs there. It's routes like Stavanger Bergen. I can't pronounce that. It's beautiful. I'm sure it is. You know what? Regional flying in Europe is probably the nicest flying because you're so close to all the hot spots, right? It's probably a lot of fun to do it around there. We got 47 viewers. That's absolutely insane. 88 likes, guys. We're pretty close to 100. I don't think we've ever broken we haven't broken 40 on a stream, let alone 80. So I really appreciate that.
Canada 212, climb level 350. Air Canada 856, proceed direct Lisdu.
Direct Lisdu, Canada 856.
Dropping our speed off a little bit, we'll add a tiniest bit of thrust. Oop, tiniest bit of thrust is what I meant to say. So we have still no accelerating trend. Tiny bit more. There's a bit of accelerating trend. We'll leave that going. Isaac says it's probably like going through multiple Toronto airspace, haha. It's Is what like doing that? I know that there's a million Cleveland centers. That's annoying as hell. James says, how the plane during tight turns, does it still do a thing when it goes left and right caught up with the route? If you give it a direct and it's a very tight turn, it will sometimes do that, and you gotta just correct it right here. But if you're along the route, it should smart turn it quite well now. Let's see, we got another 450 miles to go. That's about a 40 minutes or so. So let's start planning some stuff here up here. Let's go, let's do weather weights plates. So we'll get the weather for, there's KMSP. We're going to refresh the METAR. 330, 10 gusts and 18, pretty light wind, 10 mile viz, scattered 25 grand, 9 degrees on the temp, so no anti-ice required, there's no cloud. 29886 is what's required. Let's do in the standby, 2986, you can go in there. Alrighty, that's looking pretty good. So they're going to be using the 30s. I'm going to plan runway 30 right. Let's go ahead and get a landing weight here. So perf page, perf init. Our zero fuel weight is 67,500. We're going to add our predicted landing fuel of 5,000. So let's go back here, back here. Quick math is 72,500 pound landing. It's a pretty heavy landing actually. I'm going to make sure I did that right. I don't trust my mental math. Never trust your mental math, guys. 67,469 plus 5. What was it? 514. Oh, not 514. Whoops. 67. 5,014. 72, yeah, somewhere around there. All right, cool. So performance, takeoff and landing, our landing weight is going to be 70 backspace, we'll call it 72,500 pound landing. Pretty heavy landing actually. Runway 30 right. Refresh the METAR for the correct winds. It is dry, VREF, no credit for the reverser. We'll do idle reverse only. Calculate. We're using 3,200 feet with a remaining, let's see what the total here is. 8,200 is the total, so yeah, remaining about 5,000 or so. Plenty of runway.
Toronto American 33, we're coming up
let's catch up the comments here. I've missed them here.
33, Roger, report over on this frequency, wind 22015, clear for takeoff.
Oh, you meant in Europe, Isaac? Yeah.
Roger, we'll call you everyone, 50
for sure, probably a lot better out there. Let's bring our thrust back a bit there. Aaron says, I worked for my local airport for a 1 week school project, and I thought pilots were supposed to be healthy at their Ryanair pilots smoking outside and had the biggest stomach I've ever seen. Yeah, you just gotta pass that medical, right? It doesn't mean they're gonna be set up for the future. It just means they passed within that year. So I would always take care of your diet, go to the gym as much as you can, keep active. So especially when you get to an airline, you're sitting for so long, sitting waiting for the airplane, sitting waiting for a delay, sitting in the airplane when you're flying. There's so much sitting, so stay active as best you can. Drink a lot of water as well, trust me now. Aaron says, I guess I should stop working out then. No, keep going. Mika says, question, will the Aerosoft drop this for Microsoft 2020? 4? Yeah, so this update will bring 2020 and 24. Aaron says, nah, JK, yeah. Mike says, cool. I need to bite the bullet and grab 24, but I have it. So I actually bought 24, hated it when it came out, refunded it, and I actually won Captain Bossman's giveaway. So that's how I have it. I still have it uncontrolled though. ATC Swede, welcome. I had another nice regional. It's Scandinavian Airlines, ARN to Copenhagen. That sounds like a pretty sweet flight. Yeah, if you could put that in my Discord as well, and just at me. That sounds like a pretty cool one. I don't do a lot of European flying. I'm based out in North America where I fly real world, so I kind of just stick out here. But that'd be kind of a cool one. I like to fly Tampa's Copenhagen. I had that a long time ago. Place coming. I use mental math to calculate my my finances. No wonder why I'm so poor. Yeah, exactly. Nice, I like that. ATC Sweden says SAS on top. Yeah. I got a buddy who's going to be sending me new liveries as well for this updated RJ, and they're making a SAS full fleet right now as well. So either way, where were we here? Weather weights, plates. We got the weights. Let's do the plates. Let's set the speeds up. So performance return. This VT speed is incorrect, as it always is.
Cleared en route here, Sprint 642, thanks, you.
Probably about the 195 zone. I have a speed card with me currently, but that's my best guess.
Toronto Airkin 33 Heavy, we're about off 23 passing 2,000, 5,000. Canada 33, Toronto Center identified, climb flight level 230.
Let's get the plate out here. We're planning runway 30 right.
Air Canada H56, descend 4,000.
Down to 4 now, Air Canada, 856.
All right, and we got an MDA of 1072, so 1080. We can't bug under it. So we'll bring that back 1080. No temperature corrections required. 1080 set. I see a lot of people set DH. DH is decision height, which is based on radar altimeter, and this is only used for Cat 2 or Cat 3, or if the approach says RA next to it, which only Cat 2 Cat 3s do. In other words, you're always going to be using the MDA, or decision altitude. So decision altitude is above sea level. You can see DA, decision altitude, and decision height in brackets is above ground. So we're going to be setting DA, which is the bold number. We do not set the DH on Cat 1, RNAV, NDB, VOR approaches. It's always MDAs or DAs. That's been done. ILS freak is, so this is a new thing. It should be working. Let's try it. I should be able to type this frequency in with just the identifier, IINN. IINN. 10.7, 10.7. That works. I can copy and paste that over there. Pretty nifty, eh? This one's pretty cool. That looks pretty good. We got all that. We'll put that to the side. Aaron says, already, nice talking to you. Happy landing, and now I sleep. Have a good day, man. Or a good night, I guess. Have a good sleep. Clover says, have they said what liveries will be available when V2 is available? I believe it's just the default ones that came with it before. You'll have the same ones they had before. Isaac, it's weird that it's displays at MDA even for an ILS approach. We got the same way in our sim, MDA and DH. Yeah, MDA, it just stands for minimum descent altitude, or sorry, minimum decision altitude, and then DH is decision height. Height is always AGL, A is always altitude on the IFR world, in the minimum perspective. So let's go down here. We got the localizers up in tune. Let's set our runway length, which was, I believe it's at 8,200. 8,200. This is for the captain's HUD, the HUD control panel, HCP, but I don't think it really works in the sim, but I just do it out of muscle memory so we can keep it, keep me from not forgetting it. Touchdown zone elevation is 822, and it's a 3-degree slope. I'll just verify that on the chart down here. 3 degrees. Enter that in, and it's switched. Don't switch. Leave you on primary. Last but not least, the FMS is last to get adjusted here. So departure arrival, muscle 3, runway 30 right. And let's see, they can give it from Groves or from Griku. I'm gonna give it from Groves just in case they give me some extra waypoints to follow. We'll connect this up. Let's see here. We got the muscle 3 arrival starting from Idem, then Shea, then Camaro at above 240, then German. Let's see if my speed is still doing good. Yes, it is. German 280 knots above 22,000. Muscle 280 knots above 17. Bays 280 above 12. Lickland, I don't know what that says. Let's find it here. Lickland above 8,000 is set as well. Crix is 30 or 230 knots at 7. Triddle. Hard to find these waypoints, eh? When they get this small, which is 210 at 7,000 feet. And landing runway is 30 left, expect RMP, can't do it. RNAV, GPS, or ILS. We can do RNAV or ILS, we can't do the RMP. Then it's Vector, starting at Groves. I'll just set 6,000 hard. I'll set it above, regardless. I'll set that to hard at 6,000 feet. We got Bonham, or Bona, 5,000 above. Sam's, 4,000 above. These are automatic that they set in here. Then we have Jaco, starting at 3,000 feet, which is the FAF crossing. Runway 30 right, which is a ref speed of 144. That's way too fast. We're going to do 140. It's probably already too fast as well. Then Miss Approach is heading at 301, 1,300 feet. Then a heading of 115 to GEP, holding at GEP at 207 knots / 3,000. That's confirmed and executed. give you guys an approach briefing here shortly. Catch up with the chat. What VMC? Are you talking about meteorological conditions, or are you talking about the minimum controllable airspeed? I don't think we even have one of those for the RJ. But we have our speed cards, which would give us our lowest maneuvering speeds on them, which I don't have it. We set it right here in front of the throttle. Jeremy says, actually, wait, my buddy CPAR's in here. My good buddy CPAR. CPAR is a good buddy I still, well, I don't fly DCS too much anymore, but we fly DCS together all the time. I gotta get back into it, to be honest. I just don't want to put VR on. But welcome to the stream, my friend. James says, I know A230 driver said he had a beta update when he streamed. I hope the plane doesn't miss the loc. Yeah, I've never had that localizer problem other than about 2 weeks ago, but it got fixed, so I don't know what he had. But there was an update that came out today for the RJ, which I showed the changelog earlier in this sim, and that airport was addressed. Reset just says visual. Yeah, but I think he's reset. I think he's talking about the velocity minimum controllable airspeed for a twin. I think he was more talking about. But I could be wrong. Oh, what does it do for HUD? Oh, that's just, yeah, VMC mode is just for, I couldn't even tell you, I've never used it. But it's just for visual meteorological conditions. It would look like that. The only difference we can do is A3, and that would be for Cat 3 approaches, so it'd be different symbology. You have the VFR symbology, and then you have the A3 symbology. Jeremy says, yeah, he said that. Research, good question, no idea. None of the RJs had them. Yeah, we have them on ours. The Cuban nerd, welcome, and thank you so much for a $5 donation there. Wait a minute, CPA's here. Oh, it has to be a buddy. It has to be early or something. Yeah, it's a joke we had with my old club there. Isaac says the VMC, thank you so much for the 5, by the way. You don't have to do that. But Isaac says the VMC in the HUD control panel. Yeah, talking about that. And early, yeah, see, I guessed it right. Isaac says, he's talking to him. Cool. We got 52 viewers in chat, which is pretty insane. We're going for 100 likes today. We're at 90, if you don't mind hitting that like button there. Really appreciate that. Look at our descent info here. 300 above, 300 feet a minute, 400 a minute, 500 a minute, 500 a minute, 500 a minute. Yeah, so we're still looking good. We've got a lot of ways to go. I'm gonna go grab my pizza slice and be right back.
Toronto, good day, Air Canada 646, radio check.
Air Canada 646, Toronto Center, readability 5.
And Air Canada 646 requesting IFR clearance to Moncton with information Delta Dan 138.
Canada 646, cleared to Moncton via the Desky 5 departure, all allow the transition, flight planned route, depart runway 23, squawk 0370.
Do we get this squawk code one more time, Air Canada 646?
Air Canada 646, squawk 0370.
Air Canada 646 is cleared to Moncton via the DC-5 departure, Alaba transition, and then
Alright, I'm back.
Departure.
I think we're way out of Toronto's airspace now, so I'm just going to change over to 22.8.
5,000 and then squawk 0370.
Put that over there. We're gonna get the CTAF for Minneapolis because I don't think they're online. Okay, CTAF. AMSP. $26.7. That's ready to go for later. And yeah, we're in a pretty good spot. So I'll give you an approach briefing here. I really enjoy that early and see where you guys join in here, so thank you for that. I gotta get into DCS a bit more. I'll probably try to stream it if I can, if I get VR to work. But anyways, we're going to be doing the Muscle 3 to arrival via the ITM transition. Speed restriction, turbojet aircraft descend via Mach number until intercepting 280 knots, until slowed by star or as a sign. So we'll keep that in mind. We'll slow at the Mach of 7.7 until it matches 280. Anyway, we'll follow the restrictions en route, basically come in, and it brings us in almost pretty much for the straight in onto 30. It's pretty close. Which we'll either get vectored or I'll vector myself into runway 30 right. It's going to be a visual backed up with ILS runway 30 right in Minneapolis, phase 11-7, effective February, effective 5th of January. Loca's 10-7, that's set left and set right. Final approach course at 301, glide path check at Jacko is 3000. The MDA is 1080, that's set right, and the other guy would have it set left as well. Airport touchdown zone elevation is 822. The sector altitude based on the MSP VOR, high sector is 3,500 feet. Let's go ahead and put the VR here just in case. It's a visual day, so we don't really need it, but we're gonna test this out. MSP. Oh, you know what? I can't do that because it only does primaries. I'll set it here manually then, which is 15.3. Awesome. And should set it on the other side as well. Cool. Missed approach is 1,300 feet, then a right turn 3,000 direct to the GEP VOR and hold, so I might actually program that one. I'll probably leave the captains on 15.3, and I'll have the GEP VOR plugged in if I can find it there, 17.3. There we go, in case we need that. In the event of missed approach, I'll call Goron, select toggle button, toggle thrust, flap 8, gear up, speed mode, heading mode, engage up at 600 feet, and we'll start to retract the flaps around 1,800 feet. Most likely get vectors. If we don't get vectors, we'll go white needles and nav mode. Climb thrust, the after takeoff checks. It's a 3-degree slope, expecting about 750 feet per minute. Pappy's left, MALSF type lighting. And on runway 30 right, we plan to exit on most likely Papa 8. And that's either Golf or Papa 8. If we miss all those, then we're passing in a runway there, which you don't really want to do, and a mic. So we'll try to make Papa 8, which should be more than fine, or Golf. There is a hotspot there at Papa 8, which is HS2, and it's most likely just for the most likely just for crossing traffics and the runway crossing there as well. So with that, consider you guys self-briefed. Let's talk about fuel very quickly. I'll leave this on the approach chart and make it a little smaller. And I'll hide it over there. So fuel-wise, we got predicting an extra 3,000 pounds of gas. That's a ton of gas. We can do like 3 circuits with that if needed, if we have to go missed. And then once we hit the minimum fuel at Minneapolis, which is, let me go check what that is. Minimum fuel at Mini is 3,000 pounds. So once we hit 3,000 pounds of gas, we're going to the alternate. It shouldn't come to that point as it's a visual and we have 1 million gallons of gas. So yeah, looking good. Any questions? You guys can type your questions if you have any questions. Got 60 viewers. That's insane. 61 now. I really appreciate you guys watching this. I hope you're enjoying the content. We're going to be wrapping up the stream in Minneapolis, and I have Sky Dolly to record it as well. This airplane lands a lot more closer to the real airplane now than before. The old airplane would float forever. This one is it kind of falls out of the sky a little bit too much, but it's I'd rather have a little bit too much of that than the floating it did before. This one is a lot closer in my opinion. Is it going to be 100%? No, nothing's 100%. Even the level D sims are 100%. Every CRJ in real life will fly a tiny bit differently to the next CRJ as well. They're all bend over time a little differently. They're all different drag. So, but it does an okay job at emulating what you should be having to do to land it and that kind of thing. So the technique we're going to use, and I have a video on this as well, posted today, is 50 feet. We're going to put our eyes down the end of the runway. So before that, we're staring at our aiming point, 1,000 footers. After 50 feet, though, we're looking all the way down to the end of the runway. 40 feet, do nothing. Hold the glide slope, hold the speed. 30 feet, start reducing your thrust. Not to idle, just start reducing. 20 feet, start your flare. Continue reducing thrust. 15 to under 10 feet, like 10 feet or so, we're gonna continue flare, thrust to idle if you haven't done it already, and add your rudder and wind correction for your aileron as well at 10 feet. The last 10 feet. You don't want to have that rudder input too high, because then you get blown off if you do it too high. So at 10 feet, we're gonna add our rudder, center the nose, and fix any correction with the aileron as well. So if we add left rudder, we're going to add right aileron to hold it off. And it looks like in Minneapolis we got a wind. It's 330, basically down the pipe at 15 or so knots if we go between the two. Another factor is it's actually gusting. Notice it's 10 gusting 18. We always add half the gust factor. Just for fudge factor, we'll say it's gusting 20. So the gust is 10 knots, we'll say. And we're gonna add half the gust, which is 5 knots in this case. It's not gusting 20, it's gusting 18, so we'll call it an extra 3 to 4 knots. So I'll go here and I'll do VREF plus 3, calculate. We're still the same distance basically, and we're still good. So we'll be doing a VREF of plus 3. Isaac says minimum controllable airspeed. I think it's just a prop thing. If I have my multi-theory up to date, yeah, we haven't really I've never heard of it used in the RJ term, but we do get a speed book. If you look at any video of an RJ, they usually have a speed book, and it's posted right here, and you can flip through all the different weights, and all those weights will give you minimum control speeds on for each flap setting. That go around procedure seems familiar now. Yeah, definitely is. Kerm is out of. Is this out of 2024? No, this is 2020, but it will be for 24 once it releases. Martin says, "Hey buddy, I see you're already flying it again." Oh, 100%, my friend. Every day. Looking forward to the flare. Yeah, we had a bit of a firm landing in DCA, and that was awesome because I loved seeing the firmness that it can do, rather than before where it can float off a million miles. So I'd rather firm centerline touchdown zone than grease in the water any day of the week. Let's see what our descent profile is looking like now. Yeah, still really far. Got tons of time. It's kind of sad no one's on. If anyone can wake up any of the Minneapolis controllers, that'd be awesome. Maybe I should divert to Indy. They're up and running right now. If you guys aren't part of the Discord either, be sure to join the Discord, where I talk about I have some tutorials and my settings I have in there, and all sorts of different stuff. You can also chat with people who fly the CRJ, either real world or fly it in the sim with me. So we're all prepped for the ILS 30, right? We're all good to go. Weather, weights, plates. I'd like to take time to thank everybody watching, and thank you for the people who donated. I know Flight Sim Gaming donated 20 memberships, which is quite insane. Simple Takeoff with the $6.99 donation, and my good buddy Early with the $5 donation as well. So thank you so much for that, guys. You really don't need to. It's there as an option if you guys want to. So I really appreciate that. And I hope you enjoy the content. Again, there is 4 or 5 new videos on my channel that came out today. I posted them all today. I had them pre-recorded and I just posted them all. So landing technique, takeoff technique, cold and dark start, top 5 features, and a little bit of a montage video, plus this stream as well. So a lot of RJ content came out today if you're interested to go watch that. Dirk says, where is the donating link? I don't know where I don't think I have a link. It's just the little, if you're on PC, right of the chat and right of the emotes, there's a show your support. And I don't think it works on the phone. I've never been able to do it for other people either on the phone. But that's where it is on PC. James says, look forward to Boris updating the sound. Yeah, I really look forward to Boris updating the sound pack. That would be absolutely amazing if they can get that updated. His sounds are second to none. Dark says on tablet. Yeah, I'm not sure on tablet. It should still be in that chat functionality, but I could be wrong. I know it sometimes messes up for me as well on the YouTube app. It doesn't really show it properly. I just know where it is on PC, unfortunately. Seth says, V2 tomorrow, correct? That was the plan. I think with 330 drivers experience on 24, though, that might get changed, but I could be wrong. James said he did say it should take 1 or 2 days to update. Yeah, I don't know what they're going to be doing. I just test it and say this is not like real life, this is not like real life. Just bombard them with text messages. I have no control over what gets fixed / when the fix comes out. I'd like to thank Flightbeam again for sending me their Flightbeam Minneapolis scenery. I'll be using that today. I posted a link to it in the chat if you guys want to go check it out. If it's your cup of tea, be sure to grab it. That's all thanks to Flightbeam that we're going into Minneapolis today. They provided the airport for us. They also provided Washington Dulles as well. So we'll be doing a flight into there shortly. Dirk, welcome, or not welcome. Thank you very much for the $4.99. I believe that's pounds. That's like 5.2 million where I live. So thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Again, don't have to donate, guys. If you want to, that's great. Thank you so much. But I'm doing this just for the funsies. This channel actually started about 7 years ago, and back then I didn't even never even touched a Cessna, let alone RJ. But started with a lot of DCS, a lot of P3D content. Actually, it might be 12 years ago now. I think it's 12 years ago. Anyway, it started with P3D and Microsoft, and Microsoft wasn't out. FSX Steam, then P3D, then some X-Plane, then I got into DCS, and then this thing came out, and I started making videos once I got on the RJ onto it. And so, just because when I saw RJ content, I don't think it did it justice, in my opinion. A lot of just mistakes kind of all over the place, so I kind of made this channel to streamline how it should be used. And yes, there are bugs in the CRJ and the Aerosoft, or in the Hans Hartmann CRJ, but a lot of the problems a lot of people are experiencing are user error for the most part. So really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you for the RJ content, Dirk. Thank you for watching. No one watches, there's no point to release it, so thank you. Departure Lounge, welcome. How's it going? Thought I'd swing by. Thank you very much for swinging by. I really appreciate that. We're going well. We're doing a flight from LaGuardia to Minneapolis, and the flight beams Minneapolis are going to. And we're just about to start our initial descent here in a couple short miles. Going quite well. Everybody give Dirk a like on his comment there. Really appreciate that. I am going to have Sky Dolly running as well, so make sure to tell me if I don't start recording the landing. Tell me to record. I try to get it when the gear comes down as my last little ditch effort. I'll show you guys again because I think we have more different viewers here. I gotta get it back up actually. Stand by. How am I finding the V2 at the moment? So I'm finding it a lot better than what we had. Is it going to be Phoenix level? No, but I kind of knew that going in because I was on the team to beta test it. The update is, in my opinion, superior in all pretty much categories of what we had before this. There are going to be some bugs with 24, I believe, because it wasn't even supposed to come out for 24, so I don't even have 24 installed, but I never tested on 24. But in my experience with what I've been flying with it for the past few months and for today, there's still bugs and I report what I find, but I can do A to B just fine. Is it going to be 100% realistic? Not all the time. The VNAV might screw up here. The VNAV advisory VNAV, I should say. like it is right now. You can see it says climb. Like that's the aboves don't really make sense in its brain, I think, or something. So yeah, there's bugs, but I have the ability to just walk around the bugs. So I just kind of know what the descent path should be, and I can figure it out. But yeah, LNAV's tracking's a lot better. Takeoff logic's a lot better. Landing physics a lot better. A lot of new startup tests. In the cold and dark start, the tests are implemented, like the stall tests and the short EGWS test. A lot of cool things. I'm actually gonna get the change log up for you guys so you can see it. I had it early in the stream, but I'll bring it up again so you guys can see the change log and how much work went into this airplane. It doesn't seem like a lot of stuff, but there are so many things underneath the shell that I don't even know that's been changed. I'm just pulling up the change log now for you guys to see. So for everybody who reads the comments online of it's still shit, it's still broken, blah blah blah, know that it's one developer. He's working as hard as he can on it. Can't test everything because the beta testers aren't paid. It's all for volunteer work. And doing the best they can over at the development side with one developer. So anyways, let me get the thing up here so you guys can see it. There you go. This is the change log here. So starting from, I believe it's starting from here all the way up to 252 is all new and updated / fixed things. So this came out today, and this was some things were addressing the A330 drivers bugs. For instance, this one here, the ILS 30 that he had the problem with. So he's fixed that. So there's just a bunch of stuff that's been fixed. Disabled VOR auto tune when nav source is on FMS 1 or 2. It should be. It's on. No, that's not correct. I got to tell him that that's actually not correct. It should be disabled VOR auto tune when in manual mode. It should auto tune with FMS 1 or 2. That's I got to tell him that's not there. Anyways, there's just a bunch of stuff here that you can see have been changed through the months and months. This is all in the version 2. So a lot of work's gone into this airplane. Although people are gonna hate, they're gonna hate. But is it gonna be amazing? Or a Phoenix? It's not going to be that level. However, it will be better than what we had. Part says the CRJ is fun to fly, so hearing you sell it, sell the update to makes me excited for it. Yeah, well, I really appreciate that. And again, that's just my opinion. I might be biased because I fly the thing. I'm having fun with it. I'm liking it for A to B stuff. Can I do everything I can real world with it? No, but I could probably do about 85% of it. So, you know, there's just a very, in my opinion, there's very few things that are making it buggy to me. Is one, I had an autopilot glitch on the takeoff where we're in speed climb, I think it was 250 or 280 with the FMS2, and I clicked autopilot and it pitches up to 20 degrees, and I had to disable the flight directors and set the flight director to the left and reset it, and then it turned on, then it was fine. But just little things like that. The VNAV sometimes kind of screws up, so now instead of using this feature, I still have to go back to the old way and find my feet per minute through here. 1,000 a minute, 900, so things like that aren't going to be working correctly. But the advisory VNAV Snowflake worked quite well. They did an RNAV arrival, and it worked quite well with that. So a lot of good stuff. Flight Simulator says pretty extensive for just one guy. Exactly. Yeah, he's going nuts on it. The label, the texture size and the font size has been changed in the screen, so it's kind of hard to tell off YouTube. Just a bunch of stuff. FMS logic's been changed. IRS position, other size of position, notifications have been set. Just a ton of stuff. And if anything, it sets the benchmark for a future update to be even better. Because now that stuff's done. Jack, yo, I'm back. Just got back from the gym. You know, I was supposed to go to the gym today, and then I chose the wrong option and stayed home sitting down on my chair. But hopefully you guys are enjoying. But I definitely got to get back to the gym. I like to go at least once every 2 days or something. So it's been 2 days for me now. You can see that the FMS tracking is a lot better up here as well. It's smart turning already to the next waypoint before we even passed it. Kerm says it's too late. It's not too late. Yeah, it is. It's too late because then I gotta go. After this, I'm gonna finish my pizza. I'm going to. I'm forced to play Fortnite with my girlfriend because she wants to play, and then I have I have a reserve tomorrow starting at 3 a.m. So I gotta get to bed in case they call me. I don't wake up like a zombie at 3 in the morning to go do a flight somewhere. This is how you'd close the door in real life. If the door is open, you click and hold this switch. The door would come up on pulleys and hydraulic or motors, and then flight attendant would grab it and latch it. I don't think the latch, I can't see, it should be a red lever. There's the service door, the cargo, or the for the catering. No cigarette disposal. Yep, don't do that. Here's the first bathroom. I'm not really one to like love cabins or anything. It's a cool addition, but and definitely welcome. But I'm more of a system guy personally. James says, I just hope Hans can keep up with the updates. I know it's just him that sucks. Yeah, that's the main part. It's just one developer, right? So if there's a team of like 3 to 5 developers and they had all the documentation, he doesn't even have a lot of documentation for this airplane. So if he had access to all that and, you know, all that kind of stuff, it would be, you know, much easier process to get all this stuff found, fixed, and updated. But one person, it's quite difficult. And mind you, once you fix one thing, that one thing has to go through testing, right? And then that one thing you fix usually leads to a different bug, which leads to a different problem. Da, 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 da. It's a spiraling effect of problems with coding. Seeing how we're passing 4,600 pounds on fuel, let's go ahead and check our fuel on the flight plan here. Grab that. So passing ITM, we just passed. I'll check where we passed here at. Passed at that's not correct. We probably passed around 48. ITM planned is 52, so we're well, we'll call it 400 under planned, but we're about 800 over minimum fuel, so we're still good on that. I'm gonna do another calculation for my fuel because I don't trust this progress page one. So let's see how it's changed. Now it's predicting 39. So I'm gonna use predicting 3,800 pounds. So let's go performance per minute 65 470 plus 3,800 pounds, 3,700 pounds. I'll do 69. That's more like it. 69,000 pound landing is more like it. Takeoff and landing 69,100. Yeah, I was thinking that was way too high. It's just because the number that spit out to me was wrong. Refresh that, calculate landing distance. Obviously we're going to make it, but that gives us a new landing speed, which is most likely around the 130s. So I'll go flight plan, sorry, legs page, next page, next page, next page, 135. Plug that in there. One thing I might have to ask him to do is on the performance section, if I can ask these landing speeds, if I can manually put in a weight for these landing speeds, because this gives me like a current landing weight for this, which isn't correct. Simple says cabin's looking better. Yeah, much better. Geez, man, 56 people and you just started streaming. Yeah, it's pretty insane, right? The real pilot effect is crazy. 100 likes. There we go. We got it? No way. That's crazy. 103. That's insane, guys. Really appreciate that. I'll get some hearts there. We'll get some hearts in the chats. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Hopefully the content's helping you out. You know what? That might fix the VNAV. Let's see if we can put in a... Let's do a 4-degree descent. 4.0 at Camaro. Let's see if I press execute. Let's see if that kind of fixes itself. No, it's still a climb. You know what? Let me take out the above. It's still a climb. All right. Put the above back. Yeah. After you pass Camaro, though, it might. The top of descent is there. I can see it there. But it just doesn't give me the correct feet per minute right there. It does give it to me here. But I had this problem in the DCA as well. Once I passed like one of the restrictions, it finally figured itself out. Yeah, guys, that's absolutely insane. Now we're at 105 likes too. That's crazy, crazy, crazy. I should mention to you guys, now that you're here, you'll be the first to know. We are planning a CRJ version 2 giveaway, and that'll be done through Aerosoft. Hans is donating that to the channel, so you'll be able to get the RJ for free. I believe it's the 500 all the way to the 1000. You get all the variants. And I'm still in the works of how it's going to work and how first of all, how do I get a random name generator, and two, how the person, when they win, will claim the prize. So far it sounds like the person's going to have to, it sounds complicated and I want to get a simpler way of doing it, but the current way is you have an Aerosoft account, log in, buy it on your own credit card, and then get refunded. And I kind of want to get it where I can just send it to you or something. Or like a gift card, because I don't want someone to pay for it and then like I have no control if that actually gets refunded or not. So, but there will be a giveaway on this channel for it, and if all else, I'll just do like a Sim Market gift card for, you know, 80 bucks or something, and you can buy whatever you like. Mr. Taco. Just use this or a version of this. Use what? Taco, we had C-Part in here earlier too. You missed it. Isaac, gift card is probably the best choice because most people might have RJ already. If it doesn't, sorry, if they don't, they can get it, but they have to play it. Yeah, exactly. Are you in the VC though? Nice. I gotta get back to the DCS. I just really don't want to put VR on. It just annoys me. The Pimax, it's just such a heavy thing, and I gotta buy a counterweight and a faceplate for it. I keep having to use a hyper what's it called? Those microfiber cloths and fold it up to make a pillow for myself because it kills my forehead in the Pimax crystal. Guess we should close that, eh? Back from our bathroom break. C-Pass still here, 100 plus likes. Awesome. That's how C-Par sounds, by the way, if anyone doesn't know. Been flying with C-Par and Taco for the last, I think, 5 or 6 years now. Maybe 8, actually. And C-Pass sounds a little bit like this. I don't have the RJ update yet. I want to do some flying. I think the Fly J-Sim -8 is the next best choice for some regional ops. I think that's X-Plane, right? Yeah, I don't have the X-Plane 12. I had 11. Actually, me and Taco, the guys in the chat, we did a Concorde X-Plane 11 multi-crew shared cockpit VATSIM flight with the Concorde. That was pretty fun until it crashed the desktop midway. Taco is also currently working on my CFI, got my spin cert. Nice, man. I still, yeah, I forgot in the States you guys do spins in the CFI. We do a PPL here. Well, you do CPL flight tested for it, but either way, that's awesome. I hope you enjoy that. Never, ever, 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 ever trust a student, even if they have a license. They'll try to kill you. All right, well, the top of descent's coming up. We have a headwind of 36 knots, so a 4-degree descent is more than fine. If we had a, this is a little tip for you guys. If you ever have a tailwind, and so our default is 4-degree descents in the RJ because it allows 3,000 a minute idle thrust, 290 knots. That's our default profile. However, if you have a tailwind, you're going to want to decrease that number. And so if, let's say, for the rough rule of thumb, for every 10 knots of tailwind you have, we'll decrease this number by 0.1. So let's say we had 10 knots of tailwind, I would make this a 3.9 descent. If you had 100 knots of tailwind, it'd be a 3-degree descent. That's a bit of a tip that we use. If we don't do that, the top of descent's going to be so far down the line, plus the tailwind, you're going to skyrocket past everything. And it'll be really hard to slow down in real life after. Shaq says the Concorde in X-Men 12 is not as good as the FS Labs. Yeah, I mean, FS Labs is amazing. I love that one. Shaq is, says also, except the... I always call it chlamydia, but it's Kalimata is getting better. Yeah, we flew the shared cockpit Kalimata, and we did with the Payware INS system, and that one, it went pretty well until the sim just crashed. So I'm actually going to change my defaults here because some of the numbers are incorrect. So we're going to press index defaults. Taxi fuel default will be 400 for next time. Default reserve will be 1500. Climb's fine, cruise, whatever. Descend is, we'll do 0.77 actually no, 29474 is the default. We'll do 4 degrees for a default. Get a little fast, so I'll reduce my thrust a bit. That's good. Yeah. 5,000 feet for 900. Flight log on landing, I know. 2.0. Reduced half bank is, yeah. Display temp final VPA. Uncomped. Yeah, we don't want temp comp to anything. Alright, that's been set for the next time I fly this airplane. Sneak says X-Plane is king of mid-long haul. Yeah, I don't own X-Plane at all. I don't do long haul. Real world or in the sim, because I can't be bothered to sit here for that long. This is already, I'm already starting to get antsy, like I want to get up. This has already been like a good 2 hours right now. The longest I've ever sat in an RJ was 3 hours, and that's because we went to our destination, did a go around, diverted all the way back to our origin, and then had to wait 25 minutes on the ground for a gate because the ramp crew wasn't ready. Plus add in a couple other QRH items like an anti-ice fault and all sorts of stuff that happened that day. So that was a very work-loaded day, and I picked it up in open time, so I was off. I didn't have to fly that day, but I said, yeah, I'll go work, and I said I'll take that flight. That was a good experience, though. A lot of work. Let's see. Let's check out what's going to happen. That one's 21, that one's 22, 18, 2000, 2000, 2000. So we're going to wait till these guys start to stay around the... the rest of these are all aboves. Those are easy to do. But we're going to wait till... got about 28s on this, 3000 or so. There's no icing conditions, so we can descend when it says 3. Sneaky says X-Plane is a king of mid-long haul CT. Oh yeah, sorry, I read that wrong. Yeah, for sure, that happened to us in X-Plane 11. Shack says pretty stable for me, and long hauls are boring as hell. Yeah, unless you set and forget. Yeah, I guess if you go like a 777 where everything does for you, and you can just go to sleep and wake up and do the landing. At that point, I would rather just spawn on final and do a landing somewhere. But yeah. That's my thing. I know a lot of people do like to do the real world flight with the real world number and the real this and the real that. Look, I'll take a 777 on a 1 hour flight. I don't care, as long as I get the startup, takeoff, climb, cruise, descent, landing into it. Doesn't matter what I do. Will escape a PG, my friend. Says when the Majestic Q400 comes out, will you get it? 100%. I had it on P3D and FSX as well, and there's built-in shared cockpit, unless, or at least there used to be. I love the Q400. I have a lot of buddies that fly it. A lot of power. As it says at the point, just do YYZ or YOL. That's what I do. I never do long hauls. Yeah. Yeah, I don't see the point really. I'm not going there, so why would I care to do it? But that's just me. We're meeting that restriction. We're above 24,000 feet. 28, 29, 25, 21, 23. Go check this star out real quick. Let's see what our actual restriction, our next, or hard altitude is, because these are all aboves that we're coming out to. We don't really need to care about those too much. Above, 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 at 7,000. If we're actually going there, which we are, and at 7,000 there, plus a 230 knot speed restriction. So, Crocs, where'd you go? Oh, that's the approach. Crocs requires 2,400 a minute. The 7,000, we're gonna go down at 3,000 a minute, so we're gonna wait on that a little bit. Hey, descent. There you go. It works now. So yeah, it's just weird. After you pass the top of descent, it kind of starts to click and clue in there. Max says, amen to the short haul. I did a Sunwing 737 reposition flight from Hamilton to Waterloo today. Nice. That's awesome. That's like what? Hamilton, Waterloo? 13 minutes, not even. Yeah. So now, this is how this appears in real life now. You get the feet per minute here. I don't have to check here anymore. Now, this is to the waypoint German, which I kind of more concerned with the waypoint rocks, which is over here. With this is realistic. If I did want this information, I would have to go to this page in real life. So that's working as intended now. It says we do Waterloo, Hamilton, and Seminole like 20 minutes. Yeah. If it's 20 in a Seminole at like 120 or knots, probably like an 8 or 7 minute flight for the 37. I would estimate. This guy wants 26. We're under our planned fuel, but our minimum fuel in Minneapolis is 3,000 pounds, so looking good on that. An extra 16. Yeah, see how these are constantly calculated? This should be predicted. This should be have predicted this way in advance. It should have already known that this would be our fuel. Not when I checked it before, it said 5,000 extra pounds. It's saying, hey, you have 5,000 pounds extra if you're in Minneapolis right now. But what this thing does, this predicts when you've already gone through your flight. So that has to be changed as well, but either way, let's check up on our descent here. 2,800 a minute. Alright, why don't we start down? So, we'll set 7,000. The rest of them are all above, so we just gotta verify that we're above everything. And we'll wait a little bit. On the next one, it's 280 knots. It said that the star said descend via Mach until it matches 280, so we'll do that as well. Vertical speed, watch how nice and slow the airplane reacts now to vertical speed 3,000 a minute. It's still a bit quick, but the old version was incredibly quick. We're going to reduce our thrust, and we're going to stop descending at Mach once 77 matches 280, is what the chart said. Max says 15 minutes, wheels up, wheels down. You did it today? Nice. Yeah, exactly. A very quick little flight. As it says 15 minutes, while I thought it would be lower. Yeah, I thought it'd be lower too, but you got to also factor in that, you know, the whole 200 knots below 3, all that stuff, and you're doing such a quick flight. Most of it's probably takeoff and approach, so probably has the flaps out after you took off and just kept them down. I'm joking, but it's a very quick one. Put that away. So we got to make sure we're above 22,000 here and 280 knots. And it's again, it said descend via this Mach until it matches 280. Got a phone call there. Now we're saving a lot of gas because I'm trying to do an idle descent, and that's kind of our goal. Hope you guys are all enjoying this as well. So thank you so much for watching and joining in. I've never seen 100 likes on a stream, so that's pretty incredible. Really appreciate that, and I really appreciate Hans and Aerosoft. Hans for letting me in the beta team, and Aerosoft for allowing me to show this off a little bit. Next one's 280 knots and 280 matches 7.7. Let's go ahead and click the speed button there. So now we're at descend 280. UZR descent is 290, but that's okay. We'll go slower because the star wants us slower. Let's see if V-Pilot has been yelling at me. Nope, no one's still in Minneapolis, unfortunately. I got requested to do an ILS approach, so we're going to do the ILS so you guys can see it capture. Or not capture. Let's see what happens. No, it should capture. Oh, there's some audio bugs there. Well, we definitely passed above 2,000 there. We're definitely going to pass above 17,000 there. We're probably going to pass above 12,000 there. All the aboves are pretty simple to make. You can see our advisory VNAV snowflake. So that's telling us we're a little low on profile, and that's what I want. So let me go to the direct intercept page, and I'll go next page. So this is wanting 2,700 a minute, now 26, and I'm doing 3,000. And the reason for that is I'm building in slowdown time. This airplane doesn't slow down at 3,000 a minute all too well, at least in real life. It does in the sim, unfortunately, but it doesn't in real life. So we build in some slowdown time, and that I'm going to be below the slope, or the descent path, so I can reduce my rate of descent later on and slow down for 250, or whatever speed is needed. We got 110 likes, guys. Absolutely insane. 110 likes. By the way, guys, go check out Skymaster's channel. I don't know if he's landing soon, but he's flying the MD-11. If you like the MD-11, Skymaster 1 is live right now. And I think CST Gaming is live as well. If you want to go check out CST Gaming, he's doing the A320 on Microsoft 2024. Let's go ahead and get an updated weather if there is anything. Flight plan, that's 24 with refresh. There's the updated. Winds calm down. We don't need the VRF plus 3 anymore. Good viz, high cloud. It's a beautiful day. 2988. The altimeter, 2988. I'm gonna go over to the CTAF now. It's a little early, but why not? Now we're idle thrust. Minneapolis traffic, it's Endeavour 1333 descending via the Muscle 3 arrival, passing Muscle level 220. Planning runway ILS 30 right, Minneapolis. I was gonna say, I hope that wasn't Toronto Center. Kevin says I tried to get to the MD-11, but the control scheme was just too much. Yeah, it does take a little bit of getting used to. I'm gonna turn on FS Realistic for this, guys, and I really hope it doesn't break anything. Just so you guys can get some of the shaking effects and that kind of thing. Right? Oh my gosh. I'm gonna turn off the breathing because that annoys me. I find some FS Realistic settings are a little too overzealous when the gears touch, and some are a little not as much. So I'll probably be making an FS Realistic profile for the CRJ. I just haven't gotten around to it, but I probably will be making one shortly. All right, there comes the transition. 298 and 88 and 88. I'll do a little bit of spoiler to get me down to that 280 knot limit there. Get rid of the spoiler. And you can see now, Curix is requiring 1,800 a minute. That's all going to plan. We have 10,000 feet until 17, or sorry, until 10,000. So once we hit 12,000 feet, I'm going to do the rule of thumb of 12 at 12. So 12,000 feet, 1,200 a minute, and we're going to slow to 250 knots, unless the star says otherwise. But this should be our last 280 restriction. Yeah, the rest of them are 250 below 10. Alright, we'll get vectored off later on by myself. You can see idle thrust, I require some spoiler to get back to 280. At 3,000 a minute. So this is idle thrust. If I try to slow down now, not happening unless I have spoiler, which no use to do that. So we'll just go ahead and we descend early at a steeper angle. Or we can descend on the top of descent just at a steeper angle, and that builds in some slowing down time. Because now that I'm so below the slope, or the glide path, or I should say the VNAV path, I can reduce my rate of descent because I'm ahead of the game. Looks like you're tuned 0.75, not 7. Oops. Good catch. 1, 2, 6, 7. Oop, that's even worse. 1, 2, 6, 7. Thank you very much. Minneapolis traffic is Endeavour 1333 on the Muscle 3 arrival, descending just past Bays, planning ILS 30 right, approximately 50 miles to the east of the field. Thanks, Dash. Oh, I missed my slowdown time. That's okay. We'll do 1,000 feet per minute, and we'll select 250 knots. So I would have did 12 at 12, but because we're lower, I'll do 1,000 a minute. And basically, we're looking for 250 knots, and then we can start going down. Let's see, we need to Curix is 900 feet a minute, so we're basically on the profile even by doing this as well. We do need above 8 there, so I'm going to set 8,000 actually. And we'll do about 700 a minute or so. Getting nicely over to 250. Once 1,000. Yeah, we can match it up. Why not? 1,000 a minute, and we'll keep it at 7,000. A little bit of thrust. 7,000. Awesome. 10,000. Lights on. The pressurization is checked. The belts. Altimeter is 29.8. Left, center, right. Just cross-check the ATIS. Landing brief has been completed. The approach brief is complete. Or approach checklist complete. A little bit more thrust. We'll go ahead and box the seatbelt sign there. Got 60 viewers, insane. I keep looking at that because I'm just, it's usually, it's just insane to have that. So first restriction is that we're coming up to is above 8, and the next one's 230 knots at 7,000 feet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bug 230, but I'll maintain 250 for the time being. We need to be above 8, so I'll just kind of keep note of that. You can see with the above, it kind of glitched out again. Doesn't really know to treat the aboves. I'll tell him that it should just treat it like a hard altitude, and that'll fix it enough for the sim. The old non-NGs, if it's a, let's say that it says above 8, below 10, it would target the, of course that doesn't make sense, above 10, below, sorry, above 8, below 10, that doesn't make sense. It would target the above, but, and then NG would target the below altitude, which is kind of strange, but I'll tell him just to target the above or whatever, and just make that from stop point into an up arrow into a climb. Okay, we got 500 feet to lose. Local will be tuned. I don't trust you. Let's do 500 a minute. A little extra thrust. If I didn't reduce my rate of descent, we would have blown through the 8,000 just barely there.
Minneapolis traffic, Spirit Wings 323, descending via the Muscle 3, approaching banks for the 30 right transition.
Okay, so he's behind us at base. And there's passing 8,000. We'll sync our heading. Next altitude 7,000, and it wants 700 a minute. Fine, we'll keep it going down. We'll do 700 a minute. And we got a slope of 230 knots. That doesn't look like it's going to make it. We'll do 1,000 a minute. 8,000, 7,000. Start to reduce our thrust a tiny bit. My wheels are pretty much locked. It's chair wheels, I should say, so when I use my rudder pedal, I won't slide all over the place. Minneapolis traffic, send over 1333, descending with the Muscle 3, approaching Curix, and planning ILS runway 30 right, Minneapolis. Back to legs page on that guy. Alts cap, 7,000. Coming back to 230. 230 in the 900 is a special speed. At 230 knots, you can get flap 8s out if you need, 1 and 8. And at 220 knots, actually keep slowing down to 210 because the next one is, actually this one's, that's pretty close. We're going to maintain 230 because it's at 230, I believe, not above or whatever. Yeah, it's at 230, and the next one's at 210, right in front of it. All right, let's start slowing for 210. And then at 220 knots, we can get gear and flaps 20 out. There's 210. I'm going to vector myself out, so we're going to go heading mode. We're going to turn off to the left. We're also going to sequence the approach, so pretend we are being vectored for the approach now. I'm going to clear myself to, let's do 3,000 feet, and I'm going to bring myself kind of over there. All right, I'm going to do descend 210 idle thrust. All right, and I'm going to sequence the approach. I'm going to get rid of all this garbage. So we're going to go, let's sequence it from Jacko. Jacko, previous page. And let's get the intercept course, which is 301. Intercept course 301. And that looks good. We'll execute that. Perfect. Now I've gotten rid of all that garbage, and we're going right to the intercept point of Jackal. All right, we'll go green needles on the right. We're being radar vectored. No need for the white needle anymore. 301, 301. That matches the course. Looking good. Leave my progress page on page 2 so I can see when we're under a mile, and I'll arm approach once we're under a mile. Minneapolis traffic, Endeavour 1333, approximately 60 miles to the east, vectored ILS runway 30, 5,000, sending 3,000. Minneapolis. Okay. It's all looking good. We'll say we're cleared to land. I'll just throw my landing light on there. If it's nighttime or IFR, I'll throw all 3, but daytime, VMC, just one's fine. Notice the airplane at descend 210 is maintaining 210 and descending quite well. If I needed a steeper descent, I can add full spoiler, but I don't need that. Glide slope's there and alive. Don't know why VS is armed. It's kind of weird seeing how we're in descent mode. I've never seen that before in my life. But yeah, maybe everything's possible. Waiting till we're under a mile, and I'm going to arm the approach. Let's match that up a little bit more. $4,000, $3,000, flap 1. Let's go vertical speed here so it doesn't climb me too much. Go 180, and I'll go flap 8 here in a shortly second. 1.2. 1.1. This just ensures in real life that the airplane's going to capture properly. The RJ in real life has a lot of localizer capture problem. And and or right of track under a mile. Approach loc 0, glide slope armed. It should say loc 2. That's fine. Alts cap 3000. Flap 8. Loc 2 captured. .301. Localizer's coming in. Did it a little bit prematurely. I see our runway out there. But it should start creeping in. If it's really bad, or if it was IFR, I'd probably go heading and get into it a little bit more, but it's not too bad. So it's coming on in. Glide slope's alive. Indianapolis traffic, stand for 1333, 10 mile final, runway 30 right, 3,000 feet. All right, I don't know why that V. I'm gonna click. No, I'm not click VS. I want to get rid of that though. That shouldn't be there. A little bit more thrust. So the low captured just fine. A little early, but it captured. So that's better than nothing, right?
Indianapolis traffic Sterling 323, 25 out. 430 right.
Okay, we're half or whatever, full dot above. I'm gonna wait a little bit longer and we'll go gear and flap 20 here. So passing Jacko 3000, that's the FAF there. Or half a dot or so. Gear down. Let's grab our reversers. Let's chime them. Alrighty. Bit of that gear shake from FS Realistic, a little bit less thrust to descent, flap 20, speed of 160. Oh, wait, I gotta press record. Almost forgot. Record. There we go. Time to butter this bird? We'll see. You know me, Flight Sim. I don't care about butters. Touchdown zone, center line. Over to the hotel. But we'll see what we can do. This airplane does fly a bit more closer to the real thing in terms of it won't float as much. The real 900 is a slammy bird, so it might be firm. That's really, I don't really care as long as we're nice and safe. Flap 30, 157. And we'll go flap 45, ref of 135. Touchdown zone, CL butter, or centerline butter. Yeah. Make it harder? I see how it is. Yeah, I know, but it's always looks smooth when you land it. Yeah, we'll see. The last one at DCA is quite firm. We shall see. Looks like the spoilers are down or up, but they're not. Yeah, I mean the wind is pretty much straight down the pipe, eh? Let's add a little bit of thrust for our speed there, correcting. And on the ground, guys, I'll show you my my yoke settings for this thing as well. And legally, IRL, if it's an ILS, we can use the autopilot down to 80 feet. 80 feet. Alright. Autopilot disengaged. Light director's off. Don't need those anymore. Unless you guys want to see them, I can bring it back up. Up to you guys. But we're visual landing. Checked, stable.
400.
I want to get away for it to stop saying 400 and 300. The one I fly doesn't say that. Did they fix the engine parameters? No, they did not. I think I'm having a runway light bug. Those lights look like they're not actually on the runway, so this might get a little interesting. And I don't know if I can actually trust the Pappies anymore.
200. 100.
Well, maybe it's not a runway light bug.
50. 40,
Eyes on the runway.
30.
Power.
20.
Flare.
10.
Rudder. A little bit glitchy. Pretty good. Hold that left rudder. Right aileron. Reversers are out. Manual braking. I have right aileron in for that wind a little bit, not too much. There goes Golf. A little bit more brake for Pop 8, I think it was. Not too shabby. As you guys can see, it doesn't float like the old one. The old one was so bad for that. This one's so much better to land. Pop 8 as planned. I don't have a gate, so I'm just going to park at a random gate, and hopefully you guys are okay with that. We'll exit here, call clear, and we'll do our after landings. It got all of a sudden quite laggy on the ground. That's okay. This is Flight Beams, Minneapolis. Minneapolis traffic to Endeavor 1333, clear of all runways, Minneapolis. I might try turning my tracking off, maybe. No, I don't know. Anyways, it's kind of, I don't know if you guys saw through that turn on the ground, it was starting to glitch too, but we'll go flaps up. Get that landing light off, strobe light, nope, strobe light off, aft cargo off, probes off, radar wasn't used and that's off. We'll go white needles, and we'll start up the AP. Wow, it's getting very glitchy down here. Oh, you know what, let me stop recording. Maybe that was doing it? Ah, maybe it was that. The landing recording? No, it's still kind of glitchy. That's strange, it shouldn't be doing that. I really haven't had a problem with that ever. Even in the beta. But anyways, let's pick a random gate. Have you guys heard the Easter egg earlier with the if I come to a complete stop, the little announcement we get? If you haven't heard the Easter egg, let me know, and I'll show you the bit of the Easter egg announcement that you get in this airplane. Licensing says textbook. Thank you very much. Dirk says lovely. Thank you. We'll start up the APU. But that landing felt not so. My yoke obviously is a CRJ professional $3,000 yoke from the plane. There's no force feedback, all that stuff. But kind of the corrections I was having to do and how fast the airplane descended and all that kind of stuff felt quite more realistic to me than the old one did, for sure. These gates look a bit too big for me. You know what? I think I see the little, oops. I think I see the little RJ stuff over there. We're gonna go over there. We have the 2 minutes on the ground, so the bleed air's had time to kind of figure itself out. The APU is online. And with that, we will shut down the left engine. Associated with the left engine shutdown. Upward ground spoilers. That's a bug. That should not happen because the other hydraulic should pick up the load from that. Or at least we don't get that message when I do that rear world. That's a very small little bug though. Alright, I'm just gonna pick a gate. Just because I'm done with taxing in the sim. Get to my gate. Turn off the tax light. Yeah, it got really laggy here, guys. Whoa. Stop finding all the bugs. It's getting delayed some more. Yeah. I'll shut up. As you saw there, guys, I had no problem with pretty much anything except for the autopilot did that massive pull-up thing. I had to look away at you. And the what's called VNAV advisory VNAV sometimes didn't give the correct number, but can always be found in the direct intercept page. Also, that shouldn't have blanked out. That should stay. That's also a bug. But anyways, other than that, I mean, I don't have a problem. So there's people having problems with this airplane currently, and I think it's been delayed a bit. But depending where you fly, problems may arise because every airport is different. In its brain, it's coded in different. So some may work, some may not work. But from the airports I've gone to, no problems for me, which is nice. Parking brake is set and is on. The anti-ice is off. We'll go ahead and shut down the right engine. Belts off, pump off, APU can stay on, 3A off, beacon light off, steering switch. Okay, maybe, I don't know, that was not even on, I guess. Been steering this whole time. And transponder to standby. We are all shut down. Have a good night, Isaac. We're going to be doing the record or the replay if you guys want to watch as well. I'm going to set flat 45. The gear's already down. I'm going to go ahead and restart the engines here. And we'll get a replay going for you guys. While that's starting up, let me go set the view. I think it was this one, right? 30, right? 30, right. Yep, okay. Go this way. We're going to disconnect from VATSIM. If anyone did fly with me, thank you for joining. I really appreciate that. Zoom on in. All right, we're going to press play on the recording. Oh, you know, I was pretty dumb. I didn't set my camera to not follow my airplane. Oh, no. All right, move away around this. Yep, it's going to be bugging out in the recording. Don't mind that. Alright, let's turn drone mode follow off. Let's replay you to overish there. Okay, I messed up again. Man, I really wish I can get rid of that numpad F5, but resets it. Just in time. Beauty. I'll take it. Can't really ask for more. The last landing was acceptable and safe. This landing is acceptable and safe. That flare feels so much better as well. Last little kick of the rudder. Thanks, Simple, and hope to see you next time. Wade says, have they delayed the update? I believe they have, but I can't confirm it. It's just a rumor at this point. Austin says, proper boost pump logic with the update. Most likely not. I haven't even tested it, to be honest. But it seemed to work in that in the test. In the fuel check valve test, it does work correctly. You do get the pump off, and low press light. That does work. Let me go ahead and pause, and I'll give you guys a wing view. They better not delay. It's been 5 years. I mean, look, guy, if they look budget, if they delay it, it's because they want you to have the best experience.
Oh, nice landing.
That was a great. Thanks, my friend. Appreciate it. Let's what else can I show you guys? Let's do a landing up in here. I'll get, you see everything's off already, but go ahead and show you one of these. I wonder if FS Realistic is glitching it out. Yeah, you're gonna hear a million warnings, but take that with a grain of salt. If I can just shut this guy up. By the way, that's a new sound. That's the gear warning horn sound. I hope it's not delayed either, Wade, but if it is, it is. It's been 5 years. You can wait a week or two. As long as it works, right? Hans wants to go in your hand where you can have an enjoyable experience and not, you know, have to rage quit out of it.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
You have other glitches? Alright, I don't think a lot of people would. But that's fair. That's that angle. Let's do one more and we'll... Actually, before I do one more, let me bring it back and I'll pause. I'll show you guys my control inputs, or my controls. If you guys, even on the current CRJ, you can use it, but when the new one comes out, be sure to use these controls. This is what it these settings feel the most real to me, to my experience flying the CRJ-900 in real life. This is what feels the closest to me. I'm tweaking them ever so slightly here and there, but this is kind of what I would like so far. This is my yoke settings on the Boeing TCA yoke for the X-axis and the Y-axis. Roll, pitch. And this is what I find makes it a lot better to fly. If you leave these on default, it's a mess, I'll be honest with you. Then my rudder pedals, this is my rudder pedal sensitivity. And my brakes. So you can pause and take a look at those and copy those over. That's what I use personally. Watch says too. Yeah, I'll work around it. Yeah, the vast majority. The problem is most people don't know how to work around stuff. So in saying that, if they're buying a plane and they don't know how to use it, they may think it's a bug. Sorry, they may think they're doing it wrong, but it's actually a bug. So it's kind of hard for someone brand new to learn it as well, if that makes sense. But I hear you. To be as patient as possible. Joe says, did you say there was an Easter egg? Oh, yeah. Oh, you know what? I forgot to do it. You know what, Joe? I did it earlier in the DCA stream. If you go back to DCA, go back all the way back in the stream when we landed in DC, I stopped just before the gate, and you'll hear it there. All right, I'll give you guys one more, and we'll call it a night. Maybe two more, but we'll call it a night after that. I think I'll give you right down the pipe. Whoop. And a bit of a crosswind, or a bit of a crab. Really nothing much. Window's pretty much straight down. You're impatient? Yeah, I hear that. I still want my FS Labs Concorde. That's a pretty cool looking thumbnail.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at our destination. On behalf of the captain,
That wasn't rough. Anyways, I'll leave it here, guys. I'll end it on this. Thank you guys for watching. I really appreciate everybody watching today. We got insane amount of likes and viewership, over 115 likes today, with like a concurrent like 30 views all the time. So thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate that. Look forward to all the 5 videos I have on the channel. I posted 5 brand new videos on the CRJ V2 today, all posted today. So go take a look at those. And yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this. I'll be doing some more streams in the next coming days, now that I'm finally allowed to show it. And share it around. Stay good. Keep out of trouble. We'll see you guys in the next stream.